Morning, everyone. Council, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'm going to start with a short prayer. Thank you, Father, for all your many blessings. Thank you for the MD of Bonneville, for our residents. Be with our staff today. Keep them safe. Give us wisdom today during this meeting. In your name, Father, amen. All right, we have agenda before us. Is there any adoptions to the agenda? Any additions to the agenda? Sorry.
Nothing from administration, but I believe Councillor Crick has.
I'd like to add that if we can add an MD logo policy. There's groups using the logo without, nobody has to get permission, I guess, right now to use our logo. I think we need to have a policy on that. So if we can add
Where do you want to put that, Mr.
I
Hogan?
would suggest 9.3.7.
9.3. Any other additions? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for adoption of the amended agenda. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making a motion on the agenda. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Looking for the adoption of the minutes, regular meeting, March 28th, 2023. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion to adopt the minutes. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Development Applications 7.1.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is Development Application 2023-D-027 for James and Laurel Lawrence. The applicant is applying for a west side yard variance from 15 feet to 5 feet for the construction of a detached garage. The property is located within Birch Grove multi-lot subdivision at Moose Lake. Adjacent properties are residential parcels and environmental reserve. The applicant removed the old cabin, garage, and outbuildings from the lot and constructed a new cabin. They would like to add a new detached garage to the lot. Due to the shape of the lot, the location of the new septic holding tank, which is in the footprint of the old garage, the location of a gas line, and the driveway, they are requesting a variance from 15 feet to 5 feet for the siting of the new garage. The applicant supplied illustrations showing the placement without and with the variance granted for review. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on March 22nd, 2023, and we have not received any response. As per Section 20 of the Land Use Bylaw, variances may be considered when there are practical difficulties unique to the land and when they will not interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring properties. Due to the location of the septic holding tank and the driveway, it would be difficult to meet the 15-foot setback. Similar variances have been granted in the neighborhood as the lots are near the 2,000 square foot threshold, which would allow a 5-foot side yard setback. This request complies with the Moose Lake Area Structure Plan. Recommendation for Development Application 2023-D-027 is approve the request for a west side yard variance from 15 feet to 5 feet for a detached garage within Southwest 1761-6 west of the 4th, as per Part 3, Section 20, Part 6, Section 32, and Part 7, Section 71.2 of the Land Use Bylaw, with the following conditions. As per Section 71.4 of the Land Use Bylaw, number 1667, the minimum setback shall be front yard 25 feet, east side yard 14.7 feet, rear yard 25 feet. An approved building permit is required as per the Safety Codes Act. Applicable electrical, gas, plumbing, and sewer permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. Building waste materials shall be contained on-site in a waste bin or a covered/enclosed trailer as per Section 3 of the Nuisance Bylaw 981. As per Section 32 of the Land Use Bylaw, number 1667, an accessory building shall not be used as a dwelling. A permanent accessory building shall not be located on an easement or right-of-way. An accessory building shall be set back a minimum of 2 meters as per fire code regulations from the principal dwelling. Building location to be staked out by an Alberta land surveyor, CET, or other approved designation in Alberta, and submitted for approval by the MD of Bonneville prior to commencement of construction. Upon foundation completion, but prior to inspection, Alberta land surveyor building certificate shall be provided to the Development Authority.
Thank you. That was a long one. Yes, Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Scarson, for making a motion on behalf of council. That council approves development permit application number 2023D027, a west side yard setback variance from 15 feet to 5 feet for the construction of a detached garage of 704 square feet as discretionary use pursuant to Part 3, Section 20, Part 6, Section 32, and Part 7, Section 71.2 of the Land Use Bylaw for James and Laurel Lawrence, as per the recommendation presented. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing, oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Just to clarify again, so discretionary use, when we change that though, is there an issue if when they sell it in 10 years that they got a non-compliant garage, or?
No,
that-
this will run with the property.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 7.2.
This is Development Permit 2023-D-038 for Kristen and Brody Carter. The applicant is applying for a major home business use for a small engine repair business. The property is located 1,900 feet south of the Township Road 633 and Range Road 415A, which is Baywood Road intersection, and it is a half a mile east of Cold Lake North. Adjacent properties are residential parcels, quarter sections, and remnants. The applicant would like to operate a small engine repair business out of a proposed shop. They plan to operate Monday to Friday, 10 till 6 p.m. Brody is the owner and operator, and they plan to hire a student/apprentice in the future. They work on motorcycles, off-road bikes, ATVs, UTVs, snowmobiles, boats, etc. Customers will bring their machines to the site and pick them up when they are repaired. They will rarely be stored on site. During boat winterization season, there will be no more than 5 on site waiting for winterization at a time. They hire a safety disposal company for oil and gas waste. A referral was sent to the City of Cold Lake with no concerns returned. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on March 21st, 2023, and we received no response. Recommendation for Development Application 2023-D-038 is approve the request for a major home business use for a small engine repair business as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 47 of the General Regulations and Part 6, Section 72.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Shall comply with Noise Control Bylaw 1657, shall comply with Nuisance Bylaw 981. As per Section 47, major home business, a major home business may utilize accessory buildings while still maintaining the residential use as the primary use on this site. The home business may employ up to 3 persons who do not live on the site or within the primary residence. The home business may not generate traffic uncharacteristic to the area. All required parking must be on site. Outdoor storage of material, goods, or equipment on the site shall be directly related to the business and at the discretion of the Development Authority may require screening or fencing. The display or placement of signs on the premises of the home business shall be restricted to one identification sign no larger than 1 square meter in area and may be indirectly illuminated. Applicants must reside in a dwelling on the property prior to commencement of the major home business.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Reeve Fadeo.
Yeah, it's a great little location, great business. Like to make a motion to approve this development permit, please.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadeo, for making a motion on behalf of council that council approves development permit application number 2023D038, a major home business for a small engine repair business within Northwest 1863, 1 west of the 4th M, as discretionary use pursuant to Part 6, Section 47 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 72.2 of the Land Use Bylaw for Kristen and Brody Carter as per the recommendation presented. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to subdivision applications 8.1.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Subdivision application 2023-S-001. Administration has received and is presenting application 2023-S-001 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing to subdivide one 12-acre parcel from an agricultural quarter section in southeast 261-8 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. Notification of the proposed subdivision was mailed to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of May 15th, 2023 to submit concerns to be considered at the April 11th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The application meets all conditions of the Municipal Government Act, Subdivision and Development Regulation, and the Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw, and therefore we recommend it be approved as per the following conditions. Legal and physical access to proposed parcels and remnant. If registered by plan of survey, a 17-foot strip of land along the south side to be considered as separate road plan. If registered as descriptive plan, owner enter into a land acquisition agreement for the dedication of 17-foot strip along the south side of parcel and remnant to be registered as caveat. Real property report, septic compliance with the Alberta Safety Codes and the Alberta Public Health Act, and taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'll make a motion to approve this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making a motion on behalf of council that council approve subdivision application number 2023S001 to subdivide one 12-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section southeast to 61-8 west of the 4th M for Valerie Bordenyuk and Alan Renke as per the conditions presented. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. On to 8.2.
Subdivision application 2023-S-002, Southwest 23612 west of the 4th Meridian. Administration has received and is presenting application 2023-S-002 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing to subdivide one 10-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section southwest 23612 west of Fort, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. Notification of the proposed subdivision was mailed to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of March 21st to submit concerns to be considered at the April 11th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The application meets all conditions of the Municipal Government Act, Subdivision and Development Regulations, and the Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. Therefore, we recommend it be approved as per conditions. Number 1, legal and physical access to proposed parcels and remnant. Number 2, if required, a plan of survey, if registered as a plan of survey, a 17-foot strip of land along the west side to be registered as separate road plan. If registered as descriptive plan, owner enter into a land acquisition agreement for dedication of 17 strip along the west side of parcel and remnant to be registered by caveat. Septic compliance with the Alberta Safety Codes and the Alberta Public Health Act, taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve this subdivision application.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadeev. On behalf of council, that council approves subdivision application number 2023S002 to subdivide 110-acre parcel from an agriculture quarter section southwest of 2361-2 west of the 4th M for Kirby McMahon as per the conditions presented. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried on to 8.3.
Subdivision application number 2023-S-003. Administration has received and is presenting application 2023-S-003 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing to subdivide a previously rezoned 4.94 acre parcel from Northeast 761-1 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map attached as Appendix A. Notification of the proposed subdivision was emailed to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of March 21st, 2023 to submit concerns to be considered at the April 11th, 2023 council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The application meets all conditions of the Municipal Government Act, Subdivision and Development Regulations, and the Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. Therefore, we recommend it be approved as per conditions. Legal and physical access to proposed parcels and remnant, real property report, septic compliance with the Alberta Safety Codes and the Alberta Public Health Act, and taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve this option 1.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sipchik, for making a motion on behalf of council that council approve subdivision application 2023S003 to subdivide 4.94 acre country residential parcel from Northeast 763-1 west of the 4th M for Lorraine Stowell as per the conditions presented. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried on to 8.4.
Subdivision application number 2023-S-004. Administration has received and is presenting application 2023-S-004 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is proposing to subdivide a 7-acre parcel from agricultural quarter section northeast 562-4 west of 4, as shown on the map attached as A. Notification of the proposed subdivision was mailed to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of March 23rd to submit concerns to be heard at the April 11th council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. For the application proposes to subdivide an additional 7 acres from a previously subdivided, which is a 5.16 acre parcel, agricultural land with a soil rating of 58.1%. The Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw speak to the conservation and preservation of agricultural lands. The applicant is requesting approximately 2 acres more than the Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw allow. Administration is recommending that council refuse a subdivision application 2023-S-004 to subdivide one 7-acre parcel previously subdivided agricultural quarter section northeast 562-4 west of 4 for Paul and Simone Colicchio. However, alternately, the council Our administration recommend that council approve subdivision application 2023-S-004 to subdivide one 7-acre parcel from previously subdivided agricultural quarter section northeast 562-4 west of 4 for Paul and Simon Colicchio with the following conditions: that the owner developer install legal physical access to proposed and remnant parcels, the owner developer pay cash in lieu of municipal reserves, and that taxes paid in full. I would like to direct your attention to the subdivision history that we do have on there, which is the previously subdivided 5.16 acre parcel directly south of the proposed parcel in question. The conforming with the Municipal Government Act and subdivision development regulations, it does not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or the adjacent landowners.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I'll approve the subdivision. I'm not sure if that's 2 or 3, because you've given options there. They're similar. The option 3 doesn't show any conditions, though, so. it's really
Option 3 is
saying,
with the following conditions, with an additional, if you choose to add additional comments to the conditions.
No, I'm fine with option 2, and if you look at it, it's, they could apply, if you look at the map and the layout, they could apply for 5 acres, but then you got a kind of a sliver of a land between the 2 parcels. It doesn't make any sense, so to me, it's fine. I'm in favor of it. Take a look at the map there.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going with number 2. We'll wait. Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for that motion. We'll just wait for it to come up on the screen. How do you pronounce their last name again?
Colicchio.
Colicchio? Colicchio. Thank you. All right, Councillor Swaggart, is this your motion? Did it come up on your screen?
It hasn't yet, actually,
Right here.
but there it is.
You want to read through that first?
No, that's fine, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making a motion on behalf of council. The council approves subdivision application 2023S004 to subdivide 1 7-acre parcel from previous subdivided agriculture quarter section northeast 562-4 west of the 4th M for Paul and Simon Colicchio as per the following conditions. Number 1, that the owner, developer install legal and physical access to proposed and remnant parcels. Number 2, that the owner, developer pay cash in lieu of the municipal reserves. And number 3, that taxes be paid in full. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go to 9.2.1.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
During the 2023 budget deliberations, administration proposed some operational changes for the Ardmore and Fort Kent landfills. Currently, the Fort Kent landfill is open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, while the Ardmore landfill is open Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Administration is proposing to transition the Fort Kent landfill to a community bin site for waste and recycling drop-off and change the hours of operation for the Ardmore landfill to be open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Transitioning Fort Kent to a bin site will allow residents of the area to drop off their household waste and recyclables 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, as opposed to the 3 days per week currently, thus increasing the level of service for disposing of the most handled materials. Transitioning the Ardmore landfill to a 5-day per week landfill site would create some operational efficiencies as well. At Ardmore, an automated barrier gate system will be installed, which will track users of the site as per our landfill operations plan. MD of Bonnyville ratepayers will be required to register for a waste utility account at no charge to them in order to gain access to the landfill. The key benefit of this operational change is that it will limit the use of the site to MD ratepayers only, thus increasing our accountability to our ratepayers by handling MD waste only. These changes are planned to take effect in the fall of this year. Attached for Council's review is Appendix A, which provides Council with more information regarding the proposed changes and what that would look like for each site. In reference to the strategic plan, the MD of Bonnyville will be a leader and innovator in local municipal governance, services, and economic prosperity. There is no reference to provincial or federal legislation for this. The cost and source of funding are the 2023 capital budget. For the communication strategy, a combined strategy of information sharing via the Rural Review, social media posts, the MD of Bonnyville website, and signage at the 2 landfills will be used to communicate the proposed changes. The administration recommended action is that Council approves the proposed operational changes for the Ardmore and Fort Kent landfills as presented.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I think these changes are well thought out, and overall there'll be a little bit of a disconvenience for a few people that would take large items to Fort Kent, but overall I think it's going to be more beneficial than detrimental, and also a cost savings. So I'll make the motion that we approve them as presented.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making a motion on behalf of Council. The Council approves proposed operational changes for the Ardmore and Fort Kent landfills as presented. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Swaggart.
I think it's a great initiative also. I just, of course, we'll have to have a longer learning curve, just so people don't show up without their ID card or whatever. We haven't decided yet, I guess, what they'll be given, but yeah, as long as we advertise it well ahead of time and everyone knows, it'll be, I think, a good system.
Thank you. Any other discussion or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. On to 9.2.2.
Good morning, Mr. Reid, members of council.
Morning.
Oh, thank you. This presentation has to do with the recent changes to the SRO program. In January of 2023, one of our two SRO positions, the officer departed the program, effectively reducing our capacity by 50%. In consideration of the time left in the school year, the decision was made to leave the position vacant until at least the remainder of the 2022-2023 school year. Through consultation with the schools and our remaining employee, we believe that we found a balance between what's being offered previously and what we can now provide with the reduced staffing level. Administration is seeking council's feedback on these changes. The changes made have included amalgamating similar programs. For example, and you'll see this in the presentation, drug-related programs that were previously broken up into various types of drugs, or maybe now amalgamated into one system. So we consulted with administration, with the schools as well, school administration. Letters were sent to area school boards explaining the resource changes and the short-term impact upon their students. We've worked with schools to ensure that the programming they consider vital remains unaffected or at least insulated to the extent possible. This is a bit of a preamble that I just gave. Just the reduction in staff necessitated that we make some reductions in terms of programming and what was being offered. And obviously, we did have consultation with the schools prior to making these changes. So there's two types of deliveries that the SROs essentially do. One is would be called programs, and one would be individual sessions. So the individual sessions are essentially one-offs. It's designed to be a 40 to 50-minute presentation that can be delivered to any particular group, target group, whereas a program is more like a series of modules, if you will, where you go through a training course, 4 or 5, 6-week training program that they give the students. And we'll talk about which ones we did. So these were individual sessions that were offered prior to the reduction in staff. You can see that this is K to 4 on the left-hand side, grades 3 to 7 are in the middle, and then grades 8 to 12. And then the next slide talks about the changes. So these are some of the changes that we've had to make. Where you see an orange or peach color, that would be what's been eliminated or amalgamated. So for example, where you see cannabis and fentanyl awareness, those are now going to be amalgamated into, you know, substance abuse or something of that kind, drug abuse, or, you know, we don't have to separate the various drugs. A little bit less focus, I guess, would have to be the takeaway from that, because we can't spend quite as much time on each individual type of drug. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're just sprinkling over top of these kids, and you know, there's parents and other things that have to get involved as well as far as the education piece. So those were the ones that were eliminated moving forward. So these are the programs that right now the SRO program is delivering. Peace Patrol, it's a leadership program geared at grade 4s. Right Choices, health and safety program geared at grade 5s. Crime Scene Management Education geared at grade 6s. The Power Within Me, which is a mental health type wellness program that's being delivered in grade 7, and then Life Choices. And then we'll talk about what each one of these kind of focuses on. So under Peace Patrol, it's essentially a voluntary leadership program, teaches the kids about public speaking, communication, responsibility. You can see some of the things up there on the wall. Gets them to do presentations to their fellow students and that kind of thing. They also assist with playground supervision, crosswalk safety, things like that for that age group. Right Choices, Right Choices, grade 5. They focus more on things like bullying and harassment, cyberbullying, internet safety, gets a little bit into drugs and their effects, peer pressure. Then there's a graduation at the end of that as well. Crime Scene Investigation, this is part of the grade 6 science curriculum, so they actually get credit for this. There's lectures on history, types of evidence, observations, fingerprint lab, mock crime scene. It's very interesting by all accounts. Most of the students really enjoy this part of it. And what's being eliminated, you can see here what's been pulled out of the Power Within Me program. So why did we select some of these to be eliminated? So obviously we talked about the need to reduce the service, given the fact that we don't have the same number of staff. So then it becomes an issue of what is it that we can eliminate. Consultation was held with the schools, as we said. Some of the programming needed to be retained in order for the kids to maintain their grades, I suppose, moving forward in the school year. So some of those were sort of non-starters. But essentially what we chose to eliminate is where there's information on the topic readily available elsewhere. So whether it's online or whether it's from another source, whether it's a school or a therapist or a parent or an older sibling, something where there's an alternate source where they can find the information they're looking for. Those are some of the targets or the programs that were eliminated. We also have to be careful that we're not asking our SROs to do too much. They're not mental health practitioners. They're not given any special certification or anything. And the thought was we need to be careful if we're going to be focusing on areas that are dealing with emotions and mental health. Simply aren't trained to deliver those kinds of things. Also, we talked about amalgamation. We looked at some of the programming, and we were able to condense several areas into one where we could do that. That was done as well. Reducing some of the programs with the softer topics, if you will. including mental health, self-esteem, body image, and so on. Focusing a little bit more on the safety side of things. And of course, working with area schools. We talked about the fact that we already spoke with area schools and that we got some feedback from them as well. So we remain flexible. We've already made a few amendments to this. The original changes were not what we're seeing right now. We've had to circle back and make a couple of changes since then, because, you know, as per the school's request. And we remain open to discussions with them moving forward as far as how they want this program to look. And those lines of communication will obviously be available with and open to council as well. Any questions on the changes to this program? Would you like to see the list again, or is there anything you'd like to go over?
Yeah, Deputy Reid-Fadeo.
Just a question, you were saying that you're, I guess, working together with, you know, with the school. Was there any kind of indication that would help out with the funding model with this?
Well, that was not something that I got into discussions with
Okay.
the school board about. There was a letter that was sent out through administration to all the school boards, basically explaining what happened and what it is that we're going to be able to deliver moving forward. So that part of the discussion did not happen.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk.
So cutting back down to one SRO officer, how has it reduced our times we can go to the schools and that? Have we lost count of that or track?
We're definitely going to see reductions in the number of times, because, you know, whereas there was 2 people at the school at one given time, now there's only going to be 1. So yeah, we're going to see reductions for sure. Some of the programming as well, some of the curriculum building or the prep for the program delivery, where, you know, you had 2 people that could maybe share that a little bit. Now you've got 1, so, you know, that person's going to have to, and I have to acknowledge that Trish is here. If there's any questions for Trish as well, she's our SRO officer. She's going to be hitting all the schools still. The 23 schools are still going to be visited. It's just going to be on a reduced level.
Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah. What kind of cost, did you see a cost reduction in this now because we're down to 1 SRO or on our services on our end? Reduced cost?
Cost reduction, well, we're well into the school year. So, you know, these positions and the program was budgeted for last year. So realistically, what we've got now is we've reduced the staff position. You know, I really don't have that information as far as how much we've saved or if there's been a savings at all. Yeah. I can tell you that we have also gone through the list of, because there's a lot of preparation for these programs, as I said. Oftentimes there was props and paper, you know, giveaways, things like that were given away and were part of the program. So we've gone through that list as well and made reductions as well in terms of what the program is kind of leaving behind with the classroom when we leave.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, I still think it's a really valuable program. I guess I just wish the school boards actually felt, you know, a bit more that way also, that it's a valuable program. And I think the individual schools do, just at a higher level, either through the school board trustees or the school boards. You know, we're teaching programs that they're actually giving kids credit for. So it's like, you know, maybe as a council, we have to reach out more to the trustees and kind of get them involved more, because they do control of course, the administration. So I don't know, maybe I may suggest that we try to have a meeting with the school board trustees to just discuss this program, just so at least they're aware of what's going on, because they may not be. Anyway, I think it's a valuable program, and I thank Trish for all the work she's doing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk.
What kind of comments have you been receiving from the students on cutback with 1 officer, any, like negative, or like, what are the students saying?
I'll maybe ask Trish to speak to that.
Reeve and councillors.
Good morning.
As in regards to the impact so far that I've been feeling, because the reduction of informal visits as well, I get students saying we haven't seen you for quite some time. There's not that relationship building anymore, and why we develop relationships is to identify concerns and take a proactive approach. Often like examples of like problem-solving initiatives, the vaping concerns and all that are happening now. We had child exploitation that was identified earlier in the year. Those things will be lost. There won't be that information sharing with students in that, as well as I guess the seeing us in uniform does have an impact with the younger grade levels. So oftentimes some families have seen, you know, kids have seen their parents arrested by RCMP and that, so often they're afraid of the uniform, so that kind of erases that fear, I guess, and develops more of a relationship with them, a positive relationship. But as far as kids, I haven't been able to visit all my schools as often. I'm just absorbing all the other bookings in that. So I guess the program will have changed from being a developing relationships, mentoring, and intervention for problem-solving initiatives identified by the schools to more of a presentations only, per se, and time in between that will be recess visits in between a presentation. Like now I get calls from schools, you know, we've had this student come in, can you come and talk to them? Maybe I'll have 30 minutes prior to my next presentation. But as it stands now, even with eliminating some of the presentations, it'll be presentation to presentation to presentation. So there is still an impact regarding education and awareness to the students, but it'll be more difficult to identify the problems that are arising within the school year. And for example, just this school year, I can give an example as with Right Choices, I give tobacco and vaping presentation, smoking and vaping. And students in grade 5 can't look at a picture of a blackened lung right now, yet we have students in grade 6 that are sending intimate pictures on their cell phones and tablets. So that's the shift already since COVID. And that's been identified, right, through interactions and that, so. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay, thank you. All right, I guess we're just looking for a motion for information here. Gentlemen? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making a motion on behalf of council. That council accepts the School Resource Officer Program Amendment Report as information. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, I think we could do 9.2.3 yet.
So this has to do with our annual report that's presented to the Solicitor General every year. Administration is presenting Council with the 2022 Annual Report for Public Safety. This report is shared with the Solicitor General Department on an annual basis. This annual report is provided to Council with an update on activities within the Public Safety Department. Ties in with Safe Communities, reference a strategic plan, and obviously there's no cost associated with generating this report. There are some requirements that the report calls for. For example, we have to name all the officers as it's delivered to the Solicitor General. Now this might be changing. We just had our business planning meeting just the other week, so we might see some changes to some of these phrases. But this is what was originally put in as our mission statement, as well as our School Resource Officer mission statement. All right, so there, as I said, the list of the officers that we have currently under our employ, or actually had in 2022 under our employ. Establishment of vehicles, seen a bit of a reduction, as we know, over the last few years. Maintain a fleet of 2 off-highway vehicles, a 2019 Honda UTV, that's a side-by-side, and a 2020 Can-Am Outlander, which is a quad. 8 fleet patrol vehicles. So we've got some data here on prevention of crime as it relates to MV infrastructure. We've got bin site data for 2022. So there were 720 visits to the bin sites, 348 to the landfills. MD infrastructure, including things like greater shops and other outbuildings, 147. Kinnessoo, there was 45 visits. We've also been patrolling to our town halls to ensure that, well, trying to keep ahead of the vandalism and things like that. Campgrounds, exactly 500 visits throughout 2022. We've started a new program with the RCMP. We're just working with marketing or communications to get a brochure that's going to be delivered by the RCMP when they attend B&Es, either residential, outbuildings, etc. And the brochure is going to invite them to contact us and the public safety so that we can do the SEPTED review or survey on their property, give them some guidance on what they can do to safeguard their property. Over the years, the SEPTED program has dwindled, I guess, a little bit as far as interest, but I think with the partnership that we're going to form with the RCMP, it'll stimulate some activity, some questions, some communication in the community. We also maintain our contracts with our industry partners. In 2022, we delivered 1,202 hours of patrol services to our industry partners on a fee-for-service basis. Talked about commercial vehicles as well. 380 commercial vehicle inspections, that's over one a day, really. Of those, 133 had to be temporarily removed from service until problems were fixed. And again, I always like to show some photos of some of the things that we've been finding. Overweight vehicles can damage MD roads and infrastructure. In 2022, 43 violations were observed, resulting in over $14,000 in fines. I believe we're about halfway there so far this year. So, vehicle safety regulations are in place to keep motorists of all classes safe. In 2022, 340 commercial vehicle regulation charges were laid. And these are some of the typical of things that we're finding. Once again, these are not open source photos. These are photos from our area. We've got some tire violations here. We've got the tire off the bead. We've got some wires showing. Pretty good gash here. I'm sorry about the size of this one. And we've obviously got some tires that are in need of replacement or retreading. Fuel system issues, fairly common. Again, we've got a fuel leak here. This is an active drip. It was photographed, I think, in 2 scenes here. We've got some black hockey tape or some black electrical tape keeping the diesel in the tank, and then this one here has got a leak up here and a leak down below. Fuel systems are a common issue, as are airlines, unfortunately. Every one of these airlines shows a leak. So whenever you have a leak in an airline, you've got a brake that's not functioning at its full capacity. These are all broken airlines here. Load securement, we've got chains that have been stretched here and compressed. It no longer has the same integrity as when it was originally manufactured. So these types of chains, when you see damage, no longer safe for use. This is a ball. I'm not even sure what the name of this.
Pinto hitch?
Thank you. That was not locked in place
Yeah, that's
as it was traveling down the highway. So that would, and there were no chains on this one as I recall, so this would just gone off on its own.
I don't know how that even stayed there.
Yeah. And then we've got some items, some metal items here that are on the backs of these trucks just sitting there. I think the chain probably is this one. That's probably, and it's tied, I suppose, if you want to say that, but we've got some debris here that's left on the backs of the trucks. So these are the kinds of things that we're finding on a daily basis. And then we've upped enforcement as well. In 2022, we saw 824 provincial tickets, 1,134 provincial warnings, and 67 bylaw tickets. So you probably recall that this number was quite a bit lower at one point. We've definitely worked on getting some enforcement because it seems like the community, unfortunately, needs it. We've still got lots of issues out there. (206 kilometers an hour in a 100-kilometer zone was the highest recorded speed in 2022. But we had some other ones that were pretty close. And then, of course, the patrols in the various wards. I'll let council look at the various wards and the communities. 213,230 kilometers driven this year, and 6,398 hours spent driving on patrol. And finally, some of our stats: dog and livestock control, fairly steady, probably one of our higher years in recent memory, as we said, 275 complaints in 2022, and sightly properties were down, parking was up a little bit, noise disturbance, fairly standard. Looks like off-highway vehicles saw a bit of a reduction, but we saw an increase in garbage and loose loads. Fairly dramatic increase there. All right, so you can see that the total file count is consistent with where we would have been, I guess, back in about 2019, so pre-COVID. We saw the dip over the years, but now we're kind of back to where we were before. Petty trespass.
Can I ask?
Yeah, we have a couple questions here.
Oh, yeah, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the request for assistance, what kind of assistance that is.
So that could be anything from the police requesting assistance to, a highways company. Like I remember when we had we had a power line down on Highway 660, the highways. We were originally out there first before the highway department could get out there to block the road. So things like that, when we get called out to sort of do something that might not necessarily be right in our wheelhouse. When we're kind of doing somebody else, we're doing traffic control on Highway 28 to help the RCMP, or when we're, even if we're asked to do an overnight patrol, for example, to look at mailboxes or things like that, which we sometimes do if there's a lot of theft in a particular area, we'll conduct an overnight patrol or two. Something like that would probably see a request for assistance score as well. So we've just kind of got this. I mean, I'll be honest, we've put some structure into the request so we can see who's actually calling us. That wasn't really in place before I got here in 2020. We're looking at trying to get that data better calculated.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Swaggart.
Similar type of question, and I just kind of look at the trends over the years, miscellaneous. It's really jumped, so I know that, that's a hard one because it's miscellaneous because you're not sure where it should go, but when it jumps to 833 from a low of 89, you kind of wonder.
Absolutely, and I had the same question. So we've actually, as a department, I think we've had 3 or 4 meetings on how we're scoring files, how we're actually calculating the data. And we have had a couple of changes in the middle of like 2020, 2021, we did some changes. So it's possible that things that were grouped in another area are now somewhere else. And unfortunately, we're going to go through that again here as we transition into a new records management system. But we're looking for stability in that regard. That's why we're making the changes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Slipchuk.
Your traffic numbers there, 1661, is that a bundle of everything together, like overweight, speeding?
So if a complaint comes in, or if there's a self-generated incident, and this is an incident count, it'll be there. So if it's somebody calls in and says, there's somebody driving over the fog line on 41, maybe they're too tired or something, that will generate a traffic complaint, and it'll be scored as a traffic incident. Yeah, and then if there's a charge laid, it would be a traffic complaint plus there's a charge. But those numbers are not always congruent. They're not always the same. You might have a complaint where there's no charge, or you might have a charge that's self-generated, like where the officer sees something but there's no complaint that came in. So then it gets scored there as well, twice. Hope that makes sense.
So would it be possible to get a breakdown of like what stops are charged for speeding, overweight loads?
Yes.
And stuff, I think a
Yes.
breakdown in that would be where we could prioritize and see where all this, we have to focus our attention.
Yes, so we have, we have an electronic ticketing system that we're going to here right away. It's a better system than the one that we've been using. The one that we've been using, frankly, did not work very well. So the one that we're going to now should be able to give us those breakdowns. I look forward to being able to present that.
So with this new system, would it help us to keep track of what commercial trucks are being most, violating the most and being pulled over, how often, like say oil tankers versus gravel haulers versus farm trucks?
Well, the type
We
of
have a
vehicle,
breakdown
I mean,
in that system too?
At the end of the day, I mean, we could break it down to whatever, but I suppose the question is, you know, every bit of analysis or breakdown that we do, it's going to come from somebody. It's going to come from an officer who's got to, you know, feed that into some kind of a database, or it's going to come through our records management, like our office administrator. So somebody's going to have to compile that information. We can do it, but there is a bit of a cost until we can get this new software program up and running. As far as time.
You're okay, good? Yep. Right, any other questions? Okay, continue. Yep.
Well, for some reason, it looks like this slide. Okay. 11 trespassing incidents within the MD reported in 2022. They were all managed properly. 14 unsightly property complaints in 2022, all mitigated as well. And then we've got dog safety as well. 195 dog-related complaints were reported into the MD in 2022, resulting in 73 charges laid under the municipal bylaw. 47 of those reports involved aggressive or attacking dogs, either attacking a person or attacking another animal, or potentially chasing a bicyclist or chasing a car. That would be deemed aggressive as well. And then as we wrap it up, we kind of talked about the School Resource Officer Program. Approximately 1,395 presentations to over 28,665 students. Obviously, the same students are sometimes getting hit with more than one presentation. They service 23 area schools, over 3 school divisions, and these were the schools, again, that some of this is put in for the Solicitor General, obviously. I think we all know what our area schools are. And then a bit of a riff on the program that the SRO, the programs that the SROs deliver. We talked about this already in the previous presentation.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right, just looking for a motion for information here then. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadea, for making a motion on behalf of Council that Council accepts the 2022 Public Safety Annual Report as information. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote, and I think we're going to break for a few minutes here. That's carried, thank you. So we'll take a 5 to 10 minute break now. Hey, welcome back. I believe we're going to go to 5.1. Is that correct, Esther?
That is correct, Mr. Reeve.
Okay, go ahead.
So today we have with us 4 delegations. These are applicants from our Community Action Grant Major Capital Project category of our policy. So as per that policy, all major capital project applicants must present to Council as a delegation on their projects. Council does have a copy of all the applications that were submitted by the March 15th deadline. They are in your binders, which you received 2 weeks ago. So the applicants today will be just giving you an overview of their application and their project, and this gives gentlemen the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have of them directly. Representatives from the following organizations are in attendance. We have the Cold Lake Snowmobile Club, which will present first on their trail grooming equipment project. Then we will have the Grand Center Golf and Country Club present on their equipment storage building project, followed by the Lakeland Humane Society for their facility renovations project, and the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts on their Fine Arts Theater project. Following these presentations, there are two options before council. Administration is recommending that council accepts these presentations, and furthermore, that council goes into a closed session following the presentations to go ahead and deliberate directly following the presentations and to make a decision regarding how we would like to proceed as far as award moves forward. However, council may choose to postpone this to the next regular meeting of council as per our usual process. So that is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. So with that, I will ask our two representatives from the Cold Lake Snowmobile Club to come forward.
Okay, thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Good morning, council.
Morning, gentlemen.
Bonneville. My name's Kevin Lester, president of the Cold Lake Snowmobile Club, and Keith Scheit is our treasurer. We're here to just give you a summarized presentation of our application for our grooming equipment. The club has had a need for dependable, versatile machine and equipment to conduct and maintain trail systems maintenance and expansion. Our club has been organized and incorporated for over 25 years. We maintain about 100 kilometers of trail within the MD and city of Cold Lake. To our knowledge, we're the only club that's organized that maintains the trails in our area. And we've been a part of the Iron Horse Trail Foundation for a number of years. We have also been involved with the Riverland Trail Society and working with those folks to take on more trail and expand our network of access for snowmobilers. The machinery would greatly enhance the safe use of the trail system for more than 5,000 snowmobile riders and recreational users. The total cost of the project is $436,872. And we are requesting a $200,000 grant in funding from the MD to support this purchase. And you may have seen from our application, our club has a fundraising account that will support our contribution. And as well, we're seeking funds through the province, through the CFEP, in order to enhance the funding towards the purchase of the equipment.
Okay, thank you. Questions, gentlemen? Yes, Deputy Reeve, and then Councillor Slipchuk.
Morning. So the groomer that you guys are looking at purchasing is $354,000?
The equipment, yeah. So the machine itself, that's basically the cost of a machine that has a 12-way blade. Can come with a tiller, which is an attachment at the back, which really improves the grooming and I guess the ability to maintain a smooth trail. But yes, that is the cost. It's surprising how much money is involved in this equipment. And, you know, we've been shopping for years, you know, to find the right piece of equipment to be able to work with our trail systems. And unfortunately, yeah, it is an expensive endeavor. That's why we've been, you know, readily fundraising and trying to raise funds to purchase this on our own, which, you know, we just can't do. And we do support, like I say, the Iron Horse Trail. Our grooming basically starts here in Bonnyville, and we take the trail all the way through the city of Cold Lake, and then north from Sandy Beach all the way to Crane Lake. And then there's another section of trail which we've just signed since our application from the Riverland Trail Society, which takes us from Tucker Lake all the way to our trail system very close to the cabin by Crane. And we are in the midst of seeking more trail access. The Alberta Snowmobile Association, the province, Alberta Lands, they're all interested in us making a connection to complete the Trans-Canada Snowmobile Trail. So the TCT, it's been in existence for a number of years. We are the last link in ensuring that we can have people that can get from east to west across the country.
If I may supplement, the existing Trans-Canada Trail traverses from the marina at Cold Lake to where the Cold River enters in the province. And what ASA is, the Alberta Snowmobile Association, would like us to have a land link, so we do not have to wait until the ice freezes on Cold Lake, and is safe, is usually mid to late January before we can do that. And ice crossings are always dangerous, so they would like us to find another route. So we're actively working on that.
Okay, thank you. Good. Councillor Sipchick?
So how many kilometers of trails do you figure you maintain with that groomer, if you come all the way to Bonnyville just?
We're currently at 100 kilometers. The expansion that we're seeking and that we're involved with right now will increase that by 134 kilometers. So in essence, for next year, the Riverland Trail Society section that we've taken over from Tucker Lake, which then comes around to the east side of Crane Lake, that'll be an additional 12 kilometers. We're seeking a permit through the Alberta government for right-of-way access along Highway 897, and we've been in consultation with the MD of Bonnyville on a portion of that right-of-way. And then we're looking at taking the trail from the north end of Cold Lake across to the border of Saskatchewan, which will then be the last section. To
I
complete.
got another couple of questions. What's the life expectancy you figure out of this groomer?
You know, in general, I think most machines can make it beyond the 12,000 hour point. By our calculation, we'd probably be putting on average around 200 hours a year to start. But as our size and length of the trail increases, of course, that'll go up. Yeah, I mean, on the low end, there are grooming machines that are somewhere in the range of $80,000 to $130,000, and they have, on average, about 8,000 hours on them. So they're almost 3/4 of the way to the end of their life. So they're high-hour machines that are out there. A lot of companies hang on to them because they want to get the most use out of them, but they like to rotate equipment through, and they know they can still have some value if they can sell them at that point. But they still, at the 8,000 hour point, they need very expensive maintenance and usually component replacement to get you to that 12,000. So it's almost not feasible to buy the 8,000 hour machine and expect to get the performance or usage that you would out of a newer groomer.
I saw a machine on the Iron Horse Trail by Ardmore area. Was that like it looked like it was pulling a float of some kind? Is that you guys?
Yeah, that would have been us. Was it by Ardmore, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would have been our club pulling the drag across the Iron Horse to bring it to Coal Lake.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the Iron Horse Trail Groomer,
Okay.
which we do have some access to. It's getting up in hours. I can't recall the last reading. It's over 5,000, I think, now.
I believe you're correct, Kevin, yes.
Yeah, so again, there was a fair amount of maintenance that had to take place on that unit this year. We're one of 4 clubs or organizations that do contribute to that, but I think that machine is getting near its end.
So where is that machine situated? Where's home for that machine?
St. Paul.
St. Paul area? Okay.
And yeah, so I think they're growing, geez, I don't know what it is, 300 kilometers, that machine?
Okay. Yeah, we'll go Counselor Swaggart and then Counselor Slipchuk, if you had a question.
Yeah, I was just going to comment, because I
Yeah.
sit on that Riverlands Trail group, and yeah, they're having the same kind of problems with a groomer. Like, they've had a groomer for quite a few years, and they're trying to replace it, but they're really expensive to replace. Theirs is falling apart, actually, so they're kind of, you know, putting her back together as they can to keep it going, but yeah, I mean, it's a good project you got going. And
Okay, thank you. Counselor Slipchuk?
You see a lot of residents coming and using these trails during the winter months?
Yeah, you know, as president and maintaining the Facebook page, I probably get requests about every 3 days on how our trail condition is. And these are people from all over the province. Some from Saskatchewan, some from Manitoba. I think we even had requests from people from BC. There's different areas of the province that didn't get snow. We were fortunate enough and got on the trail early and had a usable trail before Christmas. So yeah, there's quite a bit of usage. Unfortunately, we can't capture all the users because there is some cost involved if you want to ride as a Alberta Snowmobile Association sanctioned rider. And you know, we're working at that. We're trying to get enforcement, and that's coming through the province with legislation and which is passed, and now regulations coming. So we see nothing but an increase in ridership on the trail systems. It's not going to decline for sure. It's increasing, and with the legislation being passed and once the regulations are formed, I think we're going to see more riders. And it's funny, we did mention to our club that monitors the Facebook page that we, you know, are seeking, you know, permits and LOCs to allow us to use some of the other trail systems and improve them, and we get nothing but positive response. They say, yeah, I'm going to buy a membership next year, or yeah, we're going to be on that trail next year.
Okay, thank you.
Have you reached out to Minister Todd Lowen with tourism, a possibility of getting funding or anything, or have you heard anything back? Or
Councillor, we did put a CFEP application in, which is through the province, and there was a tourism box to check, so that no doubt will go or will be reflected to the tourism industry for the province. The minister, I'm not sure if he'll be having a look at that, but we did seek grant funding through the province, which we're waiting on, and I think we know in May on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I know a few of us met with him a couple weeks ago, and he was very keen on any good ideas for increasing tourism for the area. They're willing to help out, so let's hope we get something there as well.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
sure. Yeah, and you know, I was on the phone with the ASA president last week, and the province, you know, with the last even 2 governments, it's been a steady push for increased trail usage and making sure that it's, you know, trails that are safe and maintained for everyone to use. So the Alberta Snowmobile Association has kind of taken the lead with that, and I think that's providing nothing but you know, positive influence for our club and this area to improve the trails.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Crick?
Thank you. Just 2 questions. One question, do you guys currently groom that you have about 100 kilometers of trail? Do you currently groom that? And if so, like, do you have a groomer, or is it just that other one that you were talking about that you drag behind? Is that?
Yeah, we did borrow the Iron Horse trail groomer twice this year. We did manage to get it. I have a grooming setup that I use for cross-country skiing, and I did manage to configure that to be able to groom some of our trail, but it was pretty difficult to get on it at times because it was so cold, and I'm pulling it with a large snowmobile that's uncovered, and my gear has its limits, as do I. So yeah, that's what we use this year. And it would have been nice to have gone out a few more times if we had a machine readily available, and then we could have maintained it a lot better.
The existing groomer that was chairperson talked about is shared between 4 clubs, ranging from St. Paul, Smoky Lake, ourselves, and
Bonneville?
Bonnyville, yes. And it travels from one end of the Iron Horse Trail to the other one. And so we typically only get it twice a year for 3 or 4 days. And the schedule is not fixed as to when we get it. It depends on when the clubs have grooming to do, operators to run it, and take it transferred. Because it is quite a long process. We had one operator, in extreme case, he was took it all the way to Burnham, I believe Dean did, and it was over 12 hours of a round trip running it. It doesn't go that fast, and it's quite a commitment to get somebody to run it for that period of time.
And then the second question, oh, sorry. No, sorry, I can slip my mind.
That's okay.
I had two.
You just think about it. Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk?
Have you reached out to the city of Cold Lake or town of Bonneville for any funding?
No, not yet. The city of Cold Lake, we have not discussed any of that trail section with them. In fact, we're looking at skirting a portion of the city of Cold Lake. So it'll be a very small stretch through the city, but they already help maintain a bit of the trail system with some of their equipment that they use. Like they'll clear the windrows for us so that we can go with our, smaller machines and get through and take care of the trail. So yeah, currently it does follow a median down Highway 28, which is 50th Street or whatever it is in Cold Lake. And then, so what we're hoping is to go west of the city and then come up through a right of way in the MD and then hit Highway 55 and go that route.
Well, I would think that the city and the town probably gets a huge impact when with these non-residents coming from all over the province, stay at hotels and that, right? So they get a huge impact.
Yep.
So if Cold Lake doesn't give you guys any money, maybe we can change to the MD Snowmobile Club?
Yeah, that's right. We'll bring that up with the next meeting we have in April, later on in April.
Yeah, Josh, you remember that question? Yeah, he's got her now.
So you mentioned regulations coming. I'm not familiar with those. What are you referring to in that?
Well, I think the regulations are going to be on the riders within the province of Cold Lake for anything that's off highway. So you're going to have to not only get registration, but likely there is going to be a fee that will have to be paid to the province in order to ride. So currently, if you want to register a snowmobile, a UTV, or an off-highway vehicle, it's a matter of going to registries with your insurance, and then you pay the registration on the machine. None of that money goes to the trail system. So what they're trying to establish is, rules and guidelines to be able to, charge a rider for that and then fund it accordingly so that they can have, I think number one is maintaining the trails, but secondly is enforcement. We need the boots, on the trails to be able to stop people. I'm on the trail every week as Keith is, and, we try and do our best to stop folks and encourage them and influence them to get a pass, but it doesn't always reflect when I call the province and ask, hey, did we get any more members over the weekend? And they'll say, oh yeah, you got 2. Well, I ran into 22 people, and only 2 of them had passes. So I think to answer your question, Councillor, it'll be beneficial for everybody. Even though there is going to be an increased cost for riders, it's going to do nothing but improve the trails and our access to them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're good? Yes, Councillor Sawyer?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that comment. I'm pretty sure Alberta is the only province in the country that so far has not had that registration legislation. So all the other provinces, when you register your vehicle, some of that money goes toward the trail groups so they can maintain them, but we haven't got that in Alberta yet, so that's what they're hoping will come through, which makes sense. If you're registering it, that money should go to the trail and the trail operators and maintainers, I would think.
I guess since we're just making points instead of asking questions, I'll make another point here. There's some people that would register units so that would never use the trail, so why should they have to pay? If they're using the trail, I agree 100% that they should be contributing, but if they're not using the trail, then why should they have to pay through the registration for the trail? I guess would be my only point on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in today. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I guess we're on to the Grand Center Golf and Country Club, I guess. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, Council, Mr. CAO, and guests. Thank you for hearing our request today. I'm Rick Hetherington. I'm the Vice President of the Grand Center Golf and Country Club, and Dean Wandler is our General Manager and Groundskeeper Superintendent. I'm just going to read a short, I would be respectful of your time, and then we can get to some questions, but we're here to ask for the MD's partnership through the Community Action Grant to build a storage facility on the golf course. The ask is for $133,078, which is 50% of the projected budget. As many of you are aware, we are a not-for-profit society that has been operating since a group of dedicated men decided to sell some debentures, buy a quarter of section of land beside Pinsky Lake, and start clearing bush to build a 9-hole golf course, and that was in 1961. We've managed to improve the course over the years through a strong volunteer pool, a committed team that operates 4 bingos a month, and through sound management of our golf revenues. We're proud of our course and the recreational opportunity it provides to locals and many visitors. We depend on grants such as this one to help us with larger capital projects as opposed to debt financing. We have faced the additional challenge in the last few years of competing with a fully taxpayer-funded Cold Lake Golf and Winter Club. Competition is good in any industry, but we struggle to keep our rates competitive as they don't reflect the true cost of running a golf course. Currently, much of our specialized turf management equipment is stored outside year-round. We tarp in the wintertime, but the wear and tear in the elements and damage due to not being able to control humidity shorten the life of the equipment and greatly increase the maintenance costs and downtime. Our current maintenance shed was built in the 90s while we were still a 9-hole golf course. When it was built, it was able to provide maintenance space as well as storage space, but our pool of turf management equipment and rental golf carts has grown and we simply can't get most of it under cover. We're looking to erect a 60 by 80 pole shed with a concrete pad and power. We would like to insulate and sheet the interior. This will fill our needs for the foreseeable future and allow us to improve the course further by putting some of the cost savings for replacing and maintaining equipment into course beautification and improvement. In closing, we're grateful to operate in the MD and for previous support you have provided to us. With the MD's new terrain park at Kinnessoo Ridge, the multitude of campsites and great golfing opportunities in the MD of Bonnyville, we're a true summer destination. We see the opportunity of some cross-marketing opportunities as well, but I think that's a conversation for another day. And we'd be happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Reeve Fadev.
Morning, guys. You kind of mentioned the competition with the city of Cold Lake, it's called project there. You know what their budget is for that golf course at all?
You know, I never looked up their last budget number, but I know it was in the range of past years, pretty close to the $500,000 mark.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Crick.
Yeah. How many individuals would you have come to the golf course in the course of a year? And if you would know the difference between visits as to individual people?
I know Dean has that data.
We roughly pump out about 15,000 rounds per year.
Okay.
Our membership is about 285.
Okay.
And we host a numerous amount of tournaments as well, which would include in those rounds.
Thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Reeve Fadeo.
Yeah, with your ailing infrastructure that you guys have had, I know last year there were some collapses and some, I guess, infrastructure. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, the prior year, we had some, a massive failure with our pumping station intake line. It 100% collapsed, and our pumps took in a lot of silt, and it filled our lines with silt and gravel and all that kind of stuff. And basically last year we had to reconstruct our whole entire intake line, move the pumping station, pull the pumps, do some work to the pumping station. And then while we were there, we also enlarged our holding capacity of our reservoir. So now there is a lot more holding capacity and a lot less water going out to Crawford Lake Estates as well. And that project there was about $300,000.
Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk.
Currently, how are you guys storing your carts? Like, and how many carts do you guys have to store?
I'll let you answer that. Right now, we have 60 carts. We have 10 of our carts we have in a small, I guess, garage underneath the clubhouse. And the remaining 50 are parked into the tournament shack, which is just an off building off of the clubhouse. And that is just during the winter. So we have it kind of stored into a little facility in there. And we also, our turf equipment, we have numerous amounts of turf equipment, which is in tarps around the maintenance building right now. And we have several pieces of equipment that are parked under the deck of the clubhouse.
Oh, and it says that you guys would, if we don't receive funding, you would have to postpone storage facility even longer so you can replace equipment. Like, what type of equipment would you figure you'd have to replace because of that?
So right now, if we don't receive the funding, we'd have to do the project in phases. So we do some of it this year, probably the pole shed and the clearing, and then the following year we'd have to do the remaining amount. Whereas next year we have planned a rough mower replacement, which is about $185,000. So we'd have to probably put that on hold until the following year, until this building is complete.
Could this building be built in stages, like just do the outside and then do the interior the following year or something, maybe?
We would do the shell of the building first, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have a comment. We had our staff golf tournament there, and you guys did a great job hosting. It was really nice. The course was impeccable that day, and we had a great thing at the field house after, so thank you, gentlemen, for that.
Kudos to Dean and his staff for that, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Reeve, I did see your clubs, and you do need to replace them.
Yeah, you got that right. All right, thank you, gentlemen. You guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Next is the Lakeland Humane Society. Morning, ladies.
Good morning, gentlemen. The council, thank you so much for hearing us this morning. Basically, my name is Nicole. I am the shelter manager of the Lakeland Humane Society, and this is Heather. She's my resource development coordinator. The Lakeland Humane Society has been part of the community since 1999. Last spring, we purchased a facility in the MD of Bonnyville. It used to be the Terramera Kennels facility, and we've been upgrading that facility ever since. We were just recently able to move in there in the end of the summer of 2022, and now we are continuing with our renovations to make the facility into our dream and to help as many animals as we can. Over the past couple of months, we've been, well, for years, we had fundraised. For about 20 plus years, we've been running a capital campaign project, and our next step is to upgrade the kennels. Over top of our outdoor kennels, there's no sheltering. So we had planned to build a new roof structure over our outdoor kennel runs. At the moment, the roof structure is decrepit and falling apart and needs to be replaced. And we would also like to expand it so that it's over covering the outdoor areas that the dogs are spending when the weather is nice the majority of their time in, to cover them from the snow and the sleet of the cold Alberta winter, as well as from the sun in the summer. So we are currently asking for $145,000 to help us start that phase in our renovations. We've put quite a bit of funding into the building already and have upgraded it. I'm not sure if anyone has been there or come for a tour, but it looks a lot different than it was before. So currently we are looking at beautifying the property and making it more accessible and encouraging people to come and spend time. People who live in all across the Lakeland area, will be a nice area to come and walk dogs and to socialize with cats and spend your afternoons. But our major project at the forefront right now is that roof kennel. At the moment, we had planned to fix it last spring, but unfortunately we had a insurance issue. One of our current roofs ice dammed and a lot of water came through. So the money we'd allocated to this project, which we would hope to have done before last winter, was put towards fixing the roof over the cat area and making that usable so that we had a roof over our area. We do have multiple phases, but like I said, our main focus will be that area to protect the dogs. This winter has been kind of difficult for staff and volunteers, as every morning we need to go in and shovel out 40 dog runs that are about 6 feet long and toss that snow over about a 6-foot fence before we can let the dogs outside in the morning. Otherwise they're chest deep in snow. And then with all the melting, all of the ice is coming down into the kennels and basically turning it into an ice rink at the moment. So, and it's also causing drainage issues as the water freezes and then thaws. So that's our main issue at the moment. That's what we're looking for.
Okay, all right, you have, go ahead.
Sorry, I'd just like to say as well that the Lakeland Humane Society, we don't believe in euthanizing healthy animals to make time or space. So we actually have some animals, one dog in particular, that's been with us for 13 months. So you can imagine what it's like to live in a kennel, a 6-foot kennel for the entirety of your life. We do our best to get them out and get them their exercise, but we have 30-plus dogs right now in our facility. So our volunteers and our staff can only do so much. We really want to be able to provide them with that outdoor space just to make their stay with us. This is their home until someone comes to adopt them. So we want to make that outdoor space as accessible and as comfortable for them as possible during their time with us.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Just Sarah Mayor, that's right by 55 and where the Primrose Highway is? Is that where that is?
It is, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure that everybody knows where that's at. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Subject?
I see you applied for a small stream grant. When do you expect to hear anything back from them, or have you heard anything?
We haven't heard back from CFEP yet. We did apply last fall. We're hoping to hear back in June. And that one was for the small stream CFEP, so I think we applied for like $150,000 from them as well, but we won't know until the summer.
Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Swaggart?
Yeah, thanks. I was kind of looking through your financial statements, and I don't see anything for 2022 though. So, but if I looked at 2020, you had about $700,000 in cash investments. Did that money get used to update kind of renovate the new area?
It did, yes. Yeah, we'd fundraised for, like I said, almost 20 years and raised just over $1 million. And all of that has gone into purchasing the facility and then doing upgrades. There were a lot of upgrades that needed to be done right away. We had to retrofit the area so that it was no longer a feed store at the front. It's our cat adoption floor. We also had some issues with the septic tanks, and there's been a stream of the facility was a little bit run down, so we did expect to have to put quite a big, like a chunk of money into it, but that's what we'd fundraised for. We had initially planned to build from the ground up, but it was looking less and less like that was going to be feasible as the price of building went up and up, and then the price of land as well. So when Terramera came around, we decided that we would put what we'd had fundraised specifically into that facility to try and make it work for us.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, gentlemen? All right, ladies, thank you for your presentation. You guys have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Yep. All right, the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts. Morning.
Good morning, Reeve. Good morning, councilors. My name is Clayton Bellamy, and joining me is Ruth Isley, and today we are here to sing our presentation. Ruth is going to play banjo. No, in all seriousness, we're here to give you an update on the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts and our incredible growth over the past year. And as we ask for your continued support for our project for the retrofitting the new theater here in Bonnyville with $300,000 from the Community Action Grant. For those of you that don't know, the Clayton Bellamy Foundation has been operating for just about 2 years now, and was originally established to create after-school programs for kids in the arts and to do a bursary, a $2,000 bursary to send kids to secondary education in the arts. When the opportunity arose to use the community space at the Bonnyville Centralized High School, old high school gym, to turn into a theater, the foundation took it upon themselves to lease the space, and now we are retrofitting it into a 340-seat state-of-the-art theater. We're proud to announce that the foundation has raised $975,000 toward our goal of $1.6 million to retrofit the theater. If you refer to page 6 on the application, you'll see that we have received $100,000 from the town of Bonnyville, $285,000 from our government CFEP grant, $150,000 from Canadian Natural Resources, $250,000 from Strathcona Resources, who are our naming sponsor of the theater. It will be called the Strathcona Performing Arts Center for the next 10 years. We've received $85,000 from the City of Cold Lake, as this is a regional project. We also have representatives on our board from Cold Lake. We've received $100,000 from the Lakeland Sports and Recreation and $5,000 from Imperial Oil. And Ruth is the head of our fundraising committee, and we are actively applying for grants and approaching other businesses in the area to get to completing our goal. We've hired Working Garrick, a renowned architectural firm, to take the project to completion. And as you can see in your package, we have detailed schedule, and we are set to break ground on June 30th of this year. We've already have put out our tenders, and we have 3 local contractors submitted for the project right now currently. We've also partnered with Grant MacEwan University and Portage College to develop programs to send students to the university to view programming and take part in special events, as well as sending their faculty here to Bonnyville to do programming. And in more recent news, the foundation has been featured on the CBC radio for its work here in the area. And we've also been recognized by the Alberta Country Music Association last weekend with the Community Spirit Award at the Alberta Country Music Awards. We've also just announced our first annual Clayton Bellamy Foundation Gala and Golf Fundraiser for September 1st and 2nd. This will be an annual event at the Centennial Center and the Bonnyville Golf Course. This year we'll be featuring celebrity artists Tim Hicks, the Roadhammers, and Mike Plume, and many more, as well as we'll be having Alberta's first $1 million hole-in-one. This, of course, will happen on an annual basis to raise funds for continued operations with the foundation, and this year, of course, to get us closer to our goal to complete the theater. I'll let Ruth take it from here.
Linsky and councillors, thank you for this time you're allotting us. So why should the MD invest in the arts? I'm going to speak on 4 subjects regarding that it stimulates business, creates culture, it drives tourism, and it inspires young minds. It creates business. $5.3 billion is injected into our province every year through the arts. Over 53,000 jobs are created through the arts on a yearly basis. We want a piece of that here in this region. The arts create culture. Any community who's engaged in the arts creates culture.
Research shows that communities that are engaged in the arts also are engaged in civic and social engagement, creating less child welfare, maybe less homelessness, even lower poverty rates. 87% of people that are researched say that the arts create a pride in their community. It drives tourism. There's a wide span of people that are interested in the arts, from youth to seniors. We could be a choice tourist destination. This inspires young minds. If the arts are to remain a part of our culture, we must pass them down to our youth. We must offer programming for our youth, and that is the partnership that we have with Grant MacEwan and Portage College, which is not a money donation, but it is a strong partnership where they'll be coming in and offering their very skilled faculty to do showcases, master classes, lessons to our youth. Portage College is known for its fine arts, for its native arts, for its ceremony and Indigenous culture. It's also known to have, well, it has the largest Indigenous museum in North America. So they're not only offering their skilled faculty to be a part of our community theater, they're offering to integrate their students who will host art shows in the facility. We believe strong partnerships and collaboration with the foundation is a huge sustainability piece. Besides the 2 post-secondary institutes, we'll belong to the Alberta Touring Alliance, who offers workshops for everyone involved in the business of presentation. The Alberta Touring Alliance also gives opportunity for us to capture very well-known artists that might be playing in Edmonton and end up in Saskatoon, and we can access them for a much cheaper level in our community. As Clayton said, we are wanting to use as much local business as possible to build this theater out. We sent out a request for pre-qualification to 3 local contractors, and they've all submitted to date. So we're very happy about that. So a community is measured by its livability and its quality of life, and the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts' goal is to build a performing arts center which will become the hub of the arts in the Northeast region, improving the quality of life. Your contributions are what allow us to carry out our mission of stimulating awareness and appreciation for the arts. It's because of the gracious donors that we can support and showcase deserving artists, provide exceptional education for our students, and inspire a local culture of creative and innovative thinkers, which in turn makes this region a place to visit and live. We provide donors with a variety of donation options, from memberships to giving circles, and which the MD would be recognized. And we appreciate your time today. Thank you in advance for this request, and we're looking forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yeah, Deputy Reeve Fadev.
Morning. So in regards to your business plan going forward, once this place is built, what does it look like, I guess, for funding for yourselves to keep the lights on?
Yes, well, a large portion of our business plan is, with our annual fundraiser, is going to, bring in income to cover our heating costs and operating costs, staffing, et cetera. We also have also our shows, all of the events that are going to be put on throughout the year, and our renting the theater out on a regular basis, all going to create income so that it's self-sustaining.
We have a 5-year projection operational budget. It includes weekly rentals, monthly bookings, children's summer music camps, dinner theaters, Indigenous teaching, reconciliation workshops, which Portage delivers to employers in our region, and community groups, raffles, a casino, corporate sponsorship, and then the annual celebrity golf tournament. We have a sustainable budget. We feel it's fairly conservative at this point for the money, because I've got grants down at a very low amount, but there are quite a few grants in the arts. I don't know if I should pass this out or...
I just took a shot of it.
So you can see we have, we've bursaries, all in our expenses, so a very viable budget.
Do you have enough of those to hand out, you said?
I do, yeah, I do.
We've also been in contact with, local dance and, cheerleading, Ukrainian dancers, all of the organizations to reach out and see their, connect with them to be able to want to use the theater to get them in, because since the Lyle Victor Albert Center was torn down, they've kind of been all scattered to the wind, left to kind of find areas in town that aren't quite suitable for what they're doing, but we want to bring them back into the theater like they were with the Lyle Victor Albert, and using that after school, during the day, so that it's booked out, not just in, every second weekend, but every weekend, every day, every afternoon. We want the theater to be, a living, breathing thing that's always has people going in and out of.
Yeah, it's on page 4, the 5-year operational budget.
So what is the, I guess, what is the relationship with the school boards then in regards to the building that's on their property, and what kind of money are you going to be renting out space to them when they use it?
It is a lease agreement, and we have the first opportunity of refusal. When the high school was retrofitted, the Alberta government had put $22 million towards the retrofit of the high school and not included the gym. Part of the deal was that they had to find a nonprofit group in this community that would take over that space before they had the renovation approved. So Northern Lights School Division is very grateful to the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for stepping up and taking this on to finish this space. It wasn't until the papers were signed with the foundation that Northern Lights School Division ended up with renovating BCHS High School. And it's not uncommon. It happens throughout the province on a regular basis. There are many fine arts theaters connected to schools that are run by private nonprofits. The theater that we looked at, it was the Mac Lab Theater in Leduc. We looked at many theaters that were connected to high school and researched how they were operated, were they successful? And the Mac Lab was basically the format that we went with. The architect that we chose has built 3 theaters in Edmonton in the last couple years. So all of our prices came from work in Garrett on costs. So we feel like he's got a good pulse on the cost of this theater.
Just to answer a little bit more of your question there with the school board, we are in partnership with them, so we have signed a lease with Northern Lights, and they get 30 days every year that they can use the theater, and then after that they have to pay just like any other organization would in order to book the theater.
That was my question. Thank you.
Councillor Scarson, you have a question? Then Councillor Slipchuk. Go ahead.
So I'm still just not really familiar with the high school there, but so the old gymnasium is where, so they're not using that space right now at all?
No, it's sitting empty right now, the old gym, because they built a brand new gymnasium. So the old gymnasium is where we're going to retrofit and turn it into our 340-seat theater.
So they still basically are using the stage space, but we are actually, because we're so excited about offering a regional theater and becoming a driving tourist destination, we want to offer huge dance competitions. All of our dance competitions are out of town right now. And so we're actually redoing that whole stage with a sprung floor so we can offer any kind of dance competition that our area needs.
Yeah, Councillor Slipchuk, then Councillor.
So you say the school was very grateful that you guys came on board as a nonprofit. How much did they give you guys financially that they were so happy?
Well, they haven't given us anything financially, they haven't written us a check, but what they are doing is, giving us, we're not paying anything as far as operating costs. We're only paying a small percentage on utilities. We're also utilizing their custodial services. So there is a partnership there. It's going to be very symbiotic in that respect. where, were we to have to contribute to that space all on our own, our overhead would be a lot higher.
Do you think, going forward, that once you guys are established, that the school will change their curriculum to add music and arts in their programs maybe, and
They
they'll
do have
benefit from
drama.
it?
They do have drama there right currently, but yeah, that is the goal. Once we've done this current project and we're complete and up and running, we are still going to be actively fundraising because we would like to be a part of creating those opportunities for kids so that they can, because once you get out of middle school, you can't take music in school. You can't continue your education in high school. So I know for me personally, when I had to go to college to study arts and study music, I was so far behind that I actually couldn't get into the university that I wanted to because my training I didn't know enough to pass the entrance exam because there was no music in school. So that's the driving force behind this as we move forward to want to be able to get that so that the kids are getting that education right up to the day they graduate. Maybe they can get the Clayton Bellamy Foundation bursary and get them to Grant MacEwan, which is why we're all kind of putting these things in place. So there's a pathway for them.
And
I'd like
a
to make
venue
one more
attracts
comment.
professionals. If we have a beautiful professional theater, they'll probably be able to attract music teachers a lot easier.
I got one more comment. I worked all over the place with all kinds of people, and I know I got lots of comments from them when they were rough backgrounds where music really helped them in their life. So I really like this opportunity.
I would like to just add, if I could, to, on a personal note, I know that without the theater here in Bonnyville, I wouldn't be here as a successful, full-time musician. And same with our other artists that come from this area, Brett Kissel, Mike Plume. So many performers have graced that stage, and it's because of having that opportunity to play and to develop their talents and their skills that they were able to go on and have careers. So I think that this opportunity is that what the theater really wants to do is build that next generation of great artists coming out of Bonnyville area, out of the Lakeland.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, I just see so much potential, and I was just thinking of the Fine Arts Theatre in Lac La Biche at the college, at Portage College, and there was an event, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, where the Lieutenant Governor presents awards every year or every couple of years. And so she was there in Lac La Biche, and I'm not sure if I was the only one from this council went, but Coal Lake and Bonnyville and this council had people there attending, and it was just, fantastic to see. And I questioned and said, how come you guys got this event and we couldn't get it? And maybe we just didn't have, the theater for it and the venue and the people pushing for it, but it was a fantastic event. They had, it was fine art, so there was artists, there was painters and dancers and singers and authors, and they were all being presented awards in Lac La Biche. So it was amazing. I'd like to see it here.
It's quite an honor for the community.
All right. Yeah, we're good? Yeah, one more. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
If I don't ask this question, I'm going to kick myself. But in regards to the town of Bonnyville, they're going to be the #1 benefactor of having this place in here and having tourism come in and, fill in their hotels and everything else. Was your ask always like 100,000 from them?
Was our ask always 100,000? I think that was, can you answer that one?
You know what? That would be a Lee's Fielding question. I believe that it was 100,000.
Yes. I do see the bed and breakfasts. We have quite a few bed and breakfasts in the area as far as the MD goes. And I love the new adventure brochure that just got put out. I think we can have that on our shelves for people to, really be attracted through to the MD also.
So in regards to Strathcona Resources, that I've seen on Facebook that there's a 3-year commitment, right, for the 250?
Over 3 years.
Over 3 years?
Yes.
And they have the naming rights for 10 years?
Yes, yes.
So-
What is as valuable to us, I feel, that Strathcona gave us, is they have now 4 people that are on our board and going to be 6 quite soon. One is a director, and her name is Connie DiCancio, and she's the vice president of Strathcona. And that's a huge sustainability piece for us. And they are not going anywhere. And we are trying to pull in some CNRL employees, and as we go along, some Synovus, and just create a really strong foundation for sustainability.
Okay, and then one more question in regards to, you're asking us for 300 with no naming rights for 0 years. Just a comment.
No naming rights. Well,
Sorry.
we should discuss it. There's always something that we could brand.
There's definitely opportunity there. In that pamphlet, you can see there's opportunities there for branding and obviously for recognition from the MD, and that's something that, that we're happy to discuss.
Okay, thanks.
And of course, the 4 topics that I chose to speak on today about the advantage of you, the MD, donating is a huge spin-off.
One more question, okay, go ahead,
Just get an
Councilor.
explanation on this. Fran, $250 sponsor an individual seat for $250, but does not reserve the seat for, what
It's a
does the
branding
sponsor
of the
get?
seat. So you don't necessarily have season tickets, it's just a branding of the seat. So your name will be on the seat, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just another fundraising opportunity for people who may just want to, or may only be able to afford a small donation. They can buy a name placard on a seat. They can dedicate it to a family member or to themselves. So you might have a Don Slipchuk nameplate on one of the seats for $250, and then if you want to sit in your seat when you go to a show, I'm sure you could find it, and everyone would know you were there.
That's all I do is sit because I couldn't sing or play.
But I know I know some of your kids said they cannot wait to get back on stage.
I don't know, you sang at Christmas, it wasn't too bad. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, he's not here today.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for coming out today.
Thank you so
Have a
much.
great- I think I need to get some new golf clubs, according to these guys, if there's a $1
That's
million
it, yeah.
hole there.
September 1st and 2nd, we'll see you there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we can, yeah. Or do you want to just bring it to another, to next meeting? What do you guys think? You want to go on camera or take it to the next meeting?
There's a lot to digest here. I'll
Yeah.
have to maybe come back till next meeting.
Committee of the whole?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, someone make a motion.
I'll do that.
You'll do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring the decision back for next time around. We can look at all the information that was given.
Mr. Reeve, if I
Yes.
may, just because council will need to make a motion approving who they choose to award the grant to, this would need to come back to a regular meeting of council.
Okay.
The next meeting is May 9th.
28th? Sorry?
The next regular meeting is May 9th.
May 9th?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do it for that.
Okay, we'll just give it a second for them to bring it up on screen. You want to take a look at that, Deputy Reeve?
Sure. Perfect, thanks.
It's okay? Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Fideo, for making a motion on behalf of council, that council accepts the presentations by the Community Action Grant Major Capital Projects Stream 2023 applicants as information, and furthermore directs administration to bring back applications back to the May 9th, 2023 meeting of council for deliberation. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Scarson.
Well, I just wanted to say that, I've had the package for a couple of weeks now, and I'm ready to discuss today. May 9th is a month away, and we've got 4 user groups here that are waiting to hear a decision, so I'm fine with discussing today if everyone else is.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of had the same comment. I was just going to ask what kind of schedules people were on, and if we delayed a month, is that maybe okay or not? I don't know. I mean, we've had the binders.
Any other discussion on this motion?
I could just pull the motion, just kind of, we can do it later. Doesn't matter.
You're all right?
And I'll just ask, though, Ms. Reeve, if we go in council, or in camera to do this, I mean, I don't think it'll take us a long time, but I'd like to give people an idea, and even myself. Is that maybe half an hour worth of in camera, do you think? And is that?
Well, it's, you know, we have $165,000 to, in our budget, and then we have, the ask is a lot more, so.
So you're saying it should be a short decision?
Do you want to continue with your motion, or do you want to?
Well, I think the consensus is everybody wants to make a decision today, so.
I'm okay with the motion as it is, but.
Yeah, I'm okay too. I don't know if a month, that's quite a while, but I'm okay with, deciding for a bit too.
Okay, well, let's decide on the vote then. Motion's
Okay.
on the table.
I'll read the motion then. Moved by, I did already, I read
Yep.
that, didn't I?
You did.
Any other discussion before we have a vote on this? Yes, Councillor Scarson?
Well, I would just ask what, May 9th, what would change from today, I guess, right? So probably nothing for me, so anyways, let's go.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Okay, thanks everybody for coming out today. Appreciate it. Esther, do you have any final comments or anything, or you're good? Yeah? All right, thank you. Yeah, I think we'll take a 5-minute break and
Good morning. So administration is seeking approval for roadway license number 1842, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville to enter into an agreement to license a 130-meter-long portion of the road allowance south of the southeast of 2763 of 9, in accordance with our policy 3A.018. The applicants have applied to license a 130-meter portion of road allowance to be used as access for hauling sand and gravel materials related to a surface material lease. A copy of the application to license was provided to Infrastructure Services and Agricultural Services for review and recommendation, and there were no concerns. So administration is recommending council give first reading today.
Thank you. No, sorry. Thank you. Just looking for a motion, please. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making a motion that bylaw number 1842, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, roadways and licensing, be given first reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried. On to 9.3.2.
So administration is seeking approval for bylaw number 1843, an amending lands lease bylaw, which would authorize the MD of Bonnyville to amend the provisions in the existing lands lease bylaw number 1744. We're in the process of creating a policy to establish guidelines and efficient processes for managing municipal lands that are made available for public lease. So due to the creation of this policy having the potential to impact these current leases, administration is proposing bylaw number 1843 to amend the bylaw number 1744. The amendment is to include the year 2023 in section 2, so it would add an additional lease year to serve as a grace period for the creation and implementation of this new policy. So administration is recommending that council give all 3 readings today for bylaw number 1843.
Okay, thank you. Just looking for a first reading. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making a motion on behalf of council that bylaw number 1843, being a municipal district of bylaw number 87 to amend bylaw number 1744 lands lease bylaw being given first reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Looking for a second. Thank you, Councillor Swager, for making a motion on behalf of council that bylaw number 1843 be given second reading. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Need someone to proceed to third. Thank you, Councillor Kraviak, for making this motion on behalf of council. The council proceed to third and final reading for bylaw number 1843. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Looking for third and final reading. Yes? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion on behalf of council that bylaw number 1843 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 9.3.3.
So administration is seeking consent from the council for the City of Cold Lake to utilize lands in the municipality pursuant to Section 72 of the Municipal Government Act for a wetland restoration project. A letter from the City of Cold Lake dated October 18th, 2022 describes the city's request to utilize the northwest of 21-6204 within the MD. Their intent is to place a restrictive covenant for the use of the lands and to register a caveat on title to construct a wetland, pending approval from Alberta Environment and Parks. As per Section 72.1A of the Municipal Government Act, a municipality may acquire an estate of interest in land outside of its boundaries only if the council of the municipal authority in whose boundaries the land is located consents in writing. Administration has obtained written authorization from the registered owner of the northwest of 21-6204 for the described utilization of the lands. So therefore, we are recommending that council approves consent to the City of Cold Lake to utilize the northwest of 21-6204 for the construction of a wetland in the MD of Bonnyville.
Thank you. Looking for a motion? Yes, Deputy Reeve.
Just a question. What's the background on this one? And it's kind of in the middle of northwest of Ardmore, and yeah.
Yes, so it's my understanding that Alberta Environment is making the city create a wetland because they have, without authorization, filled in wetlands within their boundaries. So they have to now restore a wetland somewhere else. And they have made a deal, as far as I know, with this landowner to use their property to create this wetland.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Quick, then Councillor Scarson.
So if I'm understanding correctly, then once this is made a wetland, it's kind of untouchable type property, and essentially we could be taking land out of valuable farmland to turn it into a wetland.
Correct. The land itself is already very low-lying land that is not very usable at all for agricultural lands.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Scarson.
So, just so I understand a bit more too, so they've just basically found a area that was already wet and they're going to buy because they have to? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Correct. They do have to restore a wetland somewhere else, and they have made a deal with this landowner to use their lands, because it's lands that aren't used for agricultural purposes at this time, to create this wetland.
So what does it mean to create a wetland? Like, what do they have to do? Do they do anything to the land?
I'm not sure on the whole process of creating that. They need an approval through Alberta Environment to actually, create a wetland.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask for a little bit more information. I mean, even in Kevin's letter, he doesn't really offer a whole bunch as to the background or to why he's doing this or whatever, right? So, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I would hate to make a decision that might affect something down the road too, right? So.
Thank you. Councillor.
Yeah, I had the same concerns everyone else has, and because it's in my ward, and I know the area, and of course, it's a wetland area anyway, but, you know, it'll be a restricted covenant, it'll kind of tie up the land for anything, and maybe that's okay. I just don't understand the detail of Cold Lake has to do this, and what was that regulation?
I'm unaware of actually why they need to do a wetland restoration besides the letter that they've sent us.
Yes?
It's Mr. Eve, members of council. My conversations with the CEO of the city of Cold Lake is they needed to create a wetland somewhere because they wanted to infill a current wetland in the city of Cold Lake for some development, for some drainage projects, et cetera, et cetera. The only way now, in the old days, we used to just pay per acre. You could pay to Ducks Unlimited per acre, $10,000 an acre, and then Ducks Unlimited created those wetlands wherever they did. There was regulation change to that here, probably fairly recently, the last couple of years, that Alberta Environment is now the sole proprietor of the wetlands, and the old days of giving Ducks Unlimited money per acre. So now when you take 10 acres of wetland out of wetland habitat, you have to create 10 acres of wetland someplace else, 20 acres, 20 acres, 50 acres to 50 acres. You've got to create an equal wetland in another location. The city of Cold Lake found a landowner and a piece of property they felt was appropriate for that, and they have the landowner's authorization. I have no idea the details of whatever the arrangement between the city of Cold Lake and the landowner are, but it's the creation of a wetland to replace a wetland that was sitting inside the city of Cold Lake. They have no way inside the city of Cold Lake to create a wetland, so they looked outside their boundary to create that same space.
Thank you. So,
Yes.
Councillor.
Just to carry on with my questioning, I guess, you know, I'd be a little concerned if we make a motion to do this and then I get calls from, you know, the landowners around that area saying, you know, it's going to affect me, and then we're told about it. So I'm not sure, do we have to send out notification to surrounding landowners saying there's going to be a restricted covenant, this is going to be wetland for the next 100 years or whatever?
No, it's my understanding that would be part of the Alberta Environment approval that the city of Cold Lake would get.
And so because I'm not sure that any of the residents, except for maybe the ones who own the land, would be involved, and they're probably getting money to do this or whatever. But like, what about the water flowing through that area? I mean, maybe it improves it. Maybe it's a good thing. I just am kind of leery to, you know, say, yeah, let's go ahead and do this without a bit more information and notification. It's kind of like when we're working with the AER and, you know, oil companies, we don't get involved because we don't know anything, and here we're going again. Now, it's just weird that the city of Cold Lake, and I get it, I understand why they have to do this, but I'd question, you know, is that the right area? You know, they could have done this in Lac La Biche, or could they do it anywhere? I don't know.
Councillor Scarson.
So just to be clear, this is for the whole quarter section as well?
There is a schedule attached to the city of Cold Lake's letter that they had that shows the area that they're creating the wetland.
Oh, so, but I mean, for what they're buying though? Like they would have to buy, they're buying the whole quarter?
I'm not sure they're actually purchasing it. They're just registering a caveat for the wetland that's going on there. They're not subdividing or purchasing any part of it. They're just creating this wetland. So there would be a caveat registered on the property, so if this landowner ever did go sell this quarter section, that caveat would run with the property.
Yeah, now it's even more confusing to me. I thought they were selling the land to the city.
It's a land swap. They wiped out a wetlands in Cold Lake, so they need to replace it with another one.
Mr. Eve, Member of Council, there's no land swapping. The MGA is clear that for another municipality to have an interest in land in another municipality, they have to have that municipality's approval. The restrictive covenant becomes the interest in the land. There might not actually be a deal to buy the land. There might be a rental, there might be something else, but it does not necessarily mean that the city of Cold Lake becomes the owner of that and this other person is getting land inside the city of Cold Lake. The restrictive covenant is an interest in the land. And at that point, our approval is required to have another municipality. If we wanted to buy a lot in downtown Cold Lake, we would have to get the city of Cold Lake's approval to do that. If it was going to be titled to the MD, this is the same as that. So this is just for a restrictive covenant, and then of course whatever construction would take place. As for notification of residents, there's an AER won't look at the approval process until such time as the MD has weighed in on whether or not we would give approval to the city of Cold Lake to have an interest in land inside the MD boundaries. So once that happens, AER will begin Alberta Environment, will begin their process towards approval, which will include notification of landowners, et cetera, the typical Alberta Environment process that goes through. We won't be notifying anybody. It's not our project. We are just here today because there has been a request from the city of Cold Lake to get permission to have an interest in land in the municipality.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Subject and Councillor.
Okay, I'm looking at the map, it looks like there's agricultural land right beside, right? So I'm just curious, like, if it becomes a wetland, is there stipulations then they'll put on so far that maybe you can't spread fertilizer? Like, I don't know none of this, so I'm just asking here for more information.
I
before
would
we
be
go
unaware of
forward.
those environmental stipulations.
Yes, Councillor.
Mr. Reeve, I'd be a little bit concerned again if we approve it at this level, then you know, the AEP takes over, and then it's out of our hands, and they notify whoever they want to notify. I'm not sure. I just don't think right now. I'll make a motion to table it and ask for more information.
Yes.
Mr. Reeve, members of council, potentially, if you would like to table it, maybe part of the direction should be to direct administration to request the city of Cold Lake to send a representative to explain their request directly to council.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That all right with you?
Yeah, but I'd also like more detail from AEP. Is AEP the organization that kind of takes over when we give the approval?
There will be, Alberta Environment is not likely to come to council and do a presentation. It would be the city of Cold Lake requesting what they want, because your process in this is to say yes or no to allowing a municipality to have an interest in land inside the municipal boundary. That's the other process, the Alberta Environment approval, will be no different than any Alberta Environment approval we get on any of the projects we do.
Okay, and so the reason I guess I would table this is because if you know, I'd feel more comfortable if I was to at least go around and I'll look at the land ownership maps and talk to the residents around there and find out if they know about this. And if they don't, I'd kind of be, you know, I don't want to have, you know, make a motion to go ahead and then find out, well, maybe we shouldn't have, at least without informing people. So I'll make the motion to table.
Mr. Reeve,
Sorry, go ahead.
if we could just get clarity, would you like to specifically table it, or would you like to proceed with option 3, directing administration to bring back additional information?
Well, maybe that's a good one. Is that okay though for you, Mr. CAO? I guess it's basically the same thing.
I'm fine either way. If you would like the CAO or somebody from the planning department at the city of Cold Lake to come and speak directly to council regarding their request, we could certainly arrange that for the May 9th council meeting.
Yeah, I'll go with option 3 then. Just makes it easy. Thanks.
Go ahead, comment there while we're
I
waiting.
just wanted to be clear on, so it looks like there's like a little creek or something running through there, is that right?
I believe it's
Like
just
the-
a
kind of the yellow
low-lying
line?
area that drains down to the southeast.
And then the pink part is, it's called soil spreading area. So the wetlands would be between the pink and that yellow line, basically?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right, thank you, Councillor Swagger, for making a motion on behalf of council. The council directs administration to bring back additional information regarding the city of Cold Lake's request to utilize Northwest 2162 4th west of the 4th M for construction of wetland in the MD of Bonneville to a future meeting of council as discussed. That good with you?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, any discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried, thank you. On to 9.3.4.
At the regular meeting of council on March 28th, a delegation was made to council by Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare, providing information on and requesting sponsorship for their annual fundraising gala happening on May 6th this year at the Cold Lake Energy Center. Council directed administration at that time to bring their request back to a future meeting of council for consideration. The MD supports communities' healthcare services through annual grants and sponsorships to Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare, Bonnyville Health Foundation, and the Bonnyville Child and Adolescent Mental Health Collaborative. Historically, the MD has provided $10,000 to $15,000 in sponsorship of this annual gala for the last 10 years. This has included direct sponsorship, equipment-specific sponsorship, silent auction prize donations, and the purchase of 2 tables to attend the event. This year, the foundation has invited the MD to consider superior level support in the amount of $10,000, which would include the purchase of equipment for the acute care P500 therapy surface, plus 2 tables of 8 at the event, and the provision of promotional material for their online and live associated prize auction event. Attached for council's review in Appendix A is the delegation presentation from the March 28th meeting. Reference to our strategic plan. This coincides with Goal 1, building a prosperous and sustainable community. Cost and source of funding, $10,000 superior level support sponsorship and promotional item material donation would be funded from the 2023 council grants to individuals and non-government organization budget. Administration's recommended action is that council approves the request for sponsorship by Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare for their 2023 annual fundraising gala in the amount of $10,000 as a superior level sponsor, and donation of promotional items to be funded from the 2023 operating budget.
Thank you. Looking for a motion?
Mr. Reeve, just a question.
Yeah.
Esther, the document they sent, the glossy brochure thing, am I wrong? It says Superior is 25,000 plus? I mean, that's what it's saying, but.
Through the Reeve, so in addition to this $10,000, Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare also recognizes our $150,000 contribution towards doctor retention and recruitment, which we provided them 1 or 2 years ago. So that's kind of makes up the difference.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Scarson.
Yeah, I'll go with motion number 1. Even though I won't be able to attend the gala, I'll still support it for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Scarson, for making a motion on behalf of council that council approves the request of sponsorship by the Cold Lake Hearts for Healthcare for their 2023 annual fundraising gala in the amount of $10,000 as a superior level sponsor and donation of promotional items to be funded from the 2023 operating budget. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, in the cost and source of funding, it doesn't say how much is left in that budget for grants. Just curious what's left in there.
I knew you were going to ask me that. To date, through the Reeve, to date, we have provided through council giving, we've committed $70,000 of our $102,000 annual budget. So this would equate to, this would bring us to $80,000.
Great. So that'd be 22,000 left then.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. You want to break for lunch now, or do one more?
Mr. Reeve, I would suggest the, finishing up with the 9.3.5, the State of the Infrastructure Report will take quite a bit of,
All right,
take a
let's
longer
do
time, so-
9.3.5.
Okay, 9.3.5 is a request for funding for a 2023 Female Hockey Development Camp. Jenna Colburn and Roz Clausen, coaches for the female U11 hockey team in Bonnyville, are hosting an all-female hockey development camp ages 7 to 15 at the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center from August 21st to 25th this year. They have submitted a request for financial support of this unique training opportunity for council's consideration. It is included in Appendix A. The Female Hockey Development Camp is scheduled for those dates and is being promoted to girl youth hockey teams across the province. It has an estimated C2 rental fee of just over $10,000. The total event cost and its projected revenue were not provided. Ms. Colburn and Mr. Clausen have indicated that they have the support of the Bonnyville Minor Hockey Association, who have given them a $1,500 grant to host the camp. They have also indicated that the association has requested that the two coaches organize the camp separate from their organization, but with their consent and support. The MD donations and sponsorship and recognition policy number 2A.003 does allow for qualifying applicants to receive up to $4,000 to host youth sport, provincial, national, and/or international competitions or events within the local area in order to assist with C2 rental costs. However, individuals are not qualifying applicants for financial donations or sponsorships. If council wishes to support this event outside of policy, a second option council may consider would be to provide up to $4,000 of the event's C2 rental fees directly to the C2. The town of Bonnyville, we were also informed, has tentatively approved support of this camp in the amount of $4,000. However, they've made it dependent upon the approval of the province of Alberta's application. The two coaches have submitted an application for nonprofit status in order to run this event. And attached in Appendix A and B is the information from our applicants, and Appendix C is the policy that would potentially be involved with this request. Source of funding, should council wish to do this through the donations and sponsorship policy, it would come from that budget. However, if council wants to go over and above the policy, then it would come from council's grants to individuals and non-government organizations budget. Administration's recommended action is that council approves the request for funding by Jenna Colburn and Roz Clausen to offset ice rental costs for an all-female hockey development camp at the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center, August 21st to 25th of this year, in the amount of $4,000 to be funded from the 2023 operating budget, pending provincial approval of their nonprofit association/society registration application.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion. Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, I'll make the motion. I wasn't quite sure about the pending the approval bit, but I like administration's recommendation. So can you just tell me a little bit about pending approval of their nonprofit? So they're applying to register as a society or something? Is that?
Through the Reeve, that is correct. They are applying through the Alberta Government Society Act to get their designation. Currently, we do not provide donations to individuals as a municipality, which is why it would have to be pending their approval of becoming a society or an organization.
And I'll just ask then if, I'm not sure how long it takes for that approval. Is that, could they just miss the whole event probably because they couldn't get a Societies Act approval or whatever it is?
Through the Reeve, I asked the same question to our applicants, and they were hopeful that they would receive it prior to the camp. However, that is a possibility. It's hard to say what kind of timelines the province is working on.
Okay, well, it could come back, I guess, but I mean, I would go with, what does the crowd say? Donnie's giving me directions there, but I think we're safe with what you've recommended, because if they don't get approval, they could still come back, couldn't they? And we could fund it anyway.
Yeah.
Or is there a safer way to do this?
Councillor Scarson?
Well, I don't
Thanks,
know.
Mike.
I guess it's council's appetite. I'm a little bit torn myself because I think it's a great camp, but I know there's like 4 other hockey camps that come to Bonneville as well, and none of them are getting, sponsored money for the facility. So, I don't know, just because these ones are the girls' camp, I mean, it's great. I think it's easy to charge an extra $25 per person to pay for the facility personally. But I mean, it's only $4,000 too on our end. So I guess it's up to you guys. I can go either way, but that's kind of how I feel, that there's other companies or other people that do the same without our help, right? So.
Both here and in Coal Lake. There's other camps probably in Coal Lake as well. Same thing, right? Lots of arenas in this. Yeah, go, sorry, Mr.
Thank you,
Hogan.
Mr. Reeve, and members of the council. Just for clarification on the motion itself, if this motion, option number 1 is passed by council, if they did not receive status, there's nothing in that motion which directs us to bring it back to council. If the approval is based on their achieving status society, or society status.
Same as the one in the town of Bonneville had.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's pretty easy to get society status. I mean, I don't think that's
not what we're talking about here.
Yeah, that's gonna be, I think it's pretty quick process too. I think within 6 weeks, they could have everything kind of figured out. I mean, I know that from experience. I don't anticipate having any problems with that part of the process, right? So.
Okay.
Councillor Scarson sort of knows way more than I do about this. I didn't realize that other groups also were kind of doing the same thing, and they didn't really need the funding to do it. But
Well, I'm just saying that there's other groups that put on hockey camps, right? So, I mean, throughout August, you can go to any rink in Coal Lake or Bonneville, and there's probably a hockey camp being run at that time, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
we attended many of those ourselves. Yes, Councillor Crick, you had something?
Yeah, I just wasn't aware either of what Councillor Scarson was saying about there being hockey camps that aren't funded, so I don't think I can't support funding one over all the others.
is the motion there? I mean, we'll vote on it, I guess.
Okay, we're going to go. Thank you, Councillor Swigert, for making a motion on behalf of council. The council approves the request for funding by Jenna Colburn and Ross Klassen to offset ice rental costs for an all-female hockey camp at Bonneville and District Centennial Center, August 21st to 25th, 2023, in the amount of $4,000 to be funded from the 2023 operating budget, donation sponsor recognition policy, pending provincial approval of their nonprofit association society registration application. Any other discussion on this motion? Yes, Councillor Scarson.
I would just say that before everyone votes, I think it's probably easy for people to put on hockey camps as a non-profit. So, I mean, I just don't know if it opens doors for other people to be asking or whatever, right? So that's my only comment.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. This motion's carried. Okay, thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. Welcome back. We're on to 9.3.6, I believe.
today I have for you our State of the Infrastructure Report for Buildings. Administration has drafted a report and a presentation on the current state of 50 significant buildings and facilities in the MD of Bonnyville. Additionally, a summary report will be presented from the recently completed Akron Engineering Building Condition Assessment Project, which was on 5 of our largest municipal buildings. Attached for Council's review is our Appendix A, which is a summary of the State of the Infrastructure Report presentation. As well, in Appendix B, there are examples of recent failures in municipal-owned infrastructure from around the province. Reference to our strategic plan, asset management is reflected under goal number 1, building a viable and diversified regional economy, specifically our objective to create a municipal financial sustainability plan. Item number 4 under that objective included the development of an active asset management program. So in our last meeting, Council had received a State of the Infrastructure report from our Infrastructure Services Department, our bridge specialist on bridges. This is our report on municipal buildings. This was done in conjunction with Infrastructure Services Department, and unfortunately our general manager is not here. However, Monty Danenko is backing me up. So if you have any specific questions from on infrastructure side.
We have a lot of questions for Mr. DeAnkle today.
Okay, so with that, we'll jump into the presentation. Okay, this one's bridges. We need.
This is the bridge one.
Yes, so there should be one that says facilities.
Oh, why is that ringing?
Here we go. So overall, the purpose of this report is to give council a snapshot of what it is that we own for buildings and facilities, and what the estimated replacement cost is currently, and what would be required financially to sustain the level of services we're currently providing through these buildings to our residents and the public. Good. So we do have different types of buildings across the MD. They include everything from our civic buildings, which includes this building here, our public workshop. We have our C2 Center, which we are 50% owners of. The Lakeland Lodge and Housing leased space just next door, the Shaw House, and the public safety buildings. We also have our greater shops located in Ardmore, Beaver Crossing, Fort Kent, Glendon, and LaCorrie. We have various pump houses, reservoirs, lift stations, our MD campground buildings, such as our park, office, our showers and laundry facilities, and of course Kinnessoo Ridge, our ski chalet out there, pump houses, residence, and maintenance shops. So we do have buildings pretty much across our area. We aren't just in one focused area, but we did kind of categorize these in a couple of ways. So first, we have our buildings that are owned and maintained by the MD. These are our fire halls, Fort Kent, Iron River, Glendon, and Goodrich. And we also have our fire halls that are combined with our greater shops, one in Ardmore and one in LaCorrie. Then we have our buildings that are partially owned but not maintained or operated by the MD. This includes the Bonnyville Ambulance Station, the Fort Kent Seniors Hall. We own the land there and the building partially, and the Centennial Center. So This report specifically focuses on 50 buildings and facilities that are owned, operated, and/or maintained by the MD. So this just gives you a summary of those, of the numbers and their age currently. For example, we have 6 that are over 50 years in age, yet we still have quite a few that are still in good shape, under, or at least age-wise, 12 between 0 to 12 years, 14 between 13 to 25 years, and so on and so forth. So right now, we have a total investment when we purchase these buildings or built these buildings. This investment equates to $55 million. So looking at that breakdown again of age-wise, we'll look at the ones that are over 50 years old. So of those 6 buildings, we have the Ardmore Grader Shop, former Ardmore Grader Shop, which was built in 1965. It was attached to the fire hall and is currently being used as storage. We have the Ardmore Fire Hall, the former one, also built in 1965, which is attached to the greater storage and is also being used as storage. We have our Beaver Crossing Grader Shop, which was built in 1961. It is currently being in use for its purpose. We have the Glendon Grader Shop, built in 1961, and the Quarry Maintenance Shop, built in 1963, which is also being used as storage. And the Lakeland Lodge and Housing Lease Building next door was built in 1966. We have 7 buildings between the ages of 38 and 50 years old. Our Bonneville Regional Airport Terminal, which is built in 1979, which we are in the process of replacing. We have our Fort Kent Fire Hall, the former one, which was built in 1981 and is being used currently as storage. LaCorey Fire Hall and Greater Storage, the former one, also built in 1981. The Bonneville Ambulance Building was built in 1979, also being used, actually being used for its purpose currently. The Kinnessy Ridge Pump House, which was built in 1978. The Therian Lift Station, built in 1981. Both of those are being used for their purpose. And then the decommissioned pump house between Ardmore and Fort Kent, which was built in 1978. It is currently not in service. However, the building is being heated to avoid a water pipe from freezing, which connects between the 2 hamlets. So this just gives you a breakdown of the historical cost. So when we built it, what the cost was for those specific buildings when we acquired or built them, their approximate total square footage, and the percent of funds, if you look at it across their age, as far as where our big investments were at those values at that time. So AKA, your percentage of funds is showing you that we had a huge influx of costs or investment into our buildings between 2011 and 2020. Any questions so far?
That decommissioned pump house you mentioned between Fort Kent and Ardmore,
Yes.
that has water in it, we still have to heat the building. Are we looking at maybe decommissioning and then burying the line instead of paying for this heat, especially carbon tax is going up now and more and more?
Through the Reeve, that line, I believe, this is a part of the discussion coming into the future that council kind of had at the last council meeting when it comes to the regional line. What do we want to do with the existing regional line, or not the regional line, but the line that connects the smaller line that already existed prior to the regional line coming in? So this is a part of that infrastructure.
Can I just add to that comment, Mr. Reeve, that there has been discussion about adding another fill station, so if council had any interest in a fill station, the building's there. And there's, it used to be a fill station, but it was a well, actually. That's why it's there. It was the original well for Ardmore Fort Kent. So now it's just a kind of it's a nothing really, but could be used as a fill station with fresh water.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay,
So this is just another representation of that same chart where, again, it shows that we had a huge investment into our facilities between 2001 and 2010. So going into our newer buildings, a few that I want to highlight here has to do with how we've calculated or determined the financial cost associated with the square footage across all of our buildings. As we all know, one building isn't necessarily going to cost the same as replacing another building. If you've got a pump house versus, say, a Kinnessy Ridge chalet, your cost per square footage are going to be quite different. So our asset management team took a look at all of our various buildings, and based on the scope of those buildings, we've chosen the following as examples to kind of measure this cross-section of types of buildings that we have in order to come up with our square footage costs. So we just want to give you a little bit more of an example of what does that mean. So the first one we'll take a look at is the ASB chemical shed. So the chemical shed was constructed in 2012. It's located in our infrastructure services yard with a footprint of approximately 576 square feet. The cost of this, when we built it in 2012, equated to just under $60,000. So that was built in 2012. And again, the part of these are more recently built to try to get us to get into a more realistic number when it comes to determining our square footage costs into the future. So the next one that we pulled is the administration building. A little bit of history on this in case some of you weren't aware. So this used to be a shared building the MD had shared with the Northern Lights School Division prior to 1987. In January of 1987, there was a fire which destroyed the original structure, and a new building was built with the school division moving to a new location. In 1988, the next year, the new administration building was opened at 6,673 square feet at a total investment of $647,000. In 2013, we refurbished and added on to the building. The original footprint was utilized and increased to 13,436 square footage over 3 floors at an investment of $5.9 million. The LaCorey Fire Hall and Grader Shop. So we had an original structure built in 1981. It's located in the hamlet of LaCorey with a footprint of approximately 2,500 square feet. And in 1981, that cost us $64,000. In 2016, a replacement building was constructed just outside of LaCorey on Range Road 455 with a footprint of approximately 4,000 square feet. So just a little bit less than double the original size at an investment of $1.397 million. The next one is our Ardmore Fire Hall and Grader Shop. So originally, the original building was built in 1965. It was located in Ardmore at 4805 49th Ave with a footprint of 1,986 square feet at an investment of $42,000. Our replacement building, which was just completed, now has a footprint of 7,500 square feet, almost 7,600 square feet, and the total investment cost was $3.1 million. Fort Kent Fire Hall. The original one was built in 1981 at a footprint of 16, almost 1,700 square feet at an investment of $40,000. Our replacement building in 2021 seen an increase in square footage to 3,800 square feet, and our total investment there was $2.2 million. So what does all this mean? Where am I going with this? So I guess the main message I get from looking at our historical costs to what they are now is cost of living inflation is very real, and we are definitely not immune to that as well when it comes to our buildings and facilities. As we plan for the future, we have estimated on average a replacement cost to us of $315 a square foot based on this information. It was calculated by adding the cost of the recently constructed buildings and dividing it by the total square footage of those buildings. Sorry, I was going too fast, Shannon. No, you're good. So our replacement costs, as we're looking into the future, we did project 50-year, 25-year, and 10-year costs to replace these specific 50 buildings based on that square footage amount of $315 per square feet. So what you see here is that this is the big picture. So this is a 50-year long-term financial replacement strategy based on our life expectancy, our life cycle rotation of 50 years at all of our buildings. So in the 50-year projection, replacement cost without inflation equates to a need for $113 million. If council wanted to consider infrastructure replacement reserve, what this would mean over the next 50 years would be an annual reserve allocation without inflation of $2.2 million a year. Replacement costs with a 2% inflation every year would increase your cost from $113 million to $232 million. If we were to reflect a 2% inflation each year to the cost of buildings. This would equate to an annual reserve allocation of $4.6 million. This is over a 50-year period. So this is replacing all 50 buildings or refurbishing. The other thing I want to mention here is this is a snapshot. This is not, there's a lot of things that, just like with the bridges, there are things we can do. There's rehab, there's maintenance, there's different scenarios which infrastructure services, as the boots on the ground people, are aware. They go out, they do assessments, condition assessments. They go out, they do ways of increasing the longevity of our buildings. This specifically is a snapshot of where we're at right now. Obviously, there's going to be some buildings that we may want to sell off. There's going to be some buildings that we may want to repurpose, and there's some buildings where we'll want to replace them. So that 50-year projection is the biggest picture scenario. Our 25-year replacement projection, actually, because you're only dealing now with those buildings that are expiring within the 25 years, that goes down to a replacement cost without inflation to $14 million. So that's in comparison to over the 50 years, which is $113 million. So in the next 25 years, your replacement cost without inflation equates to $14 million. An annual reserve allocation without inflation would equate, should council choose to create a reserve, would be $578,000 a year. If we were to incorporate that 2% inflation each year, that $14 million goes up to $18 million for replacement cost. So that annual reserve allocation would then equate to $728,000. And if we want to take that one step shorter and look at our 10-year short-term financial strategy for replacement of our buildings that are hitting their end of life cycle in that 10-year time frame, our replacement costs without inflation equates to a need of $7.66 million. Annual reserve allocation for this $7.66 million over a 10-year term would be $766,000. If we were going to incorporate the 2% inflation, you're looking at a total need that balloons to $8.44 million and an annual reserve allocation with inflation consideration of $844,000. So again, just the disclaimers on this, we are assuming that we will replace all the buildings at the end of their life cycle, that 50 years. This does not consider that we may choose to dispose of some buildings or choose not to replace. This does not take into account new buildings that we may acquire or build on top of our current inventory. The same unit rate is applied across all buildings types. So some buildings will cost less to build, others will cost more. Yep. So moving forward, administration is continuing to collect and maintain our inventory and to build it into a central location, into an asset management system. This includes as-built drawings, operational maintenance costs, major repairs and upgrades. It's integration of our work order system into one central database of information for operations and council to be able to utilize as we're planning into the future. We will also continue to review our utilization and the conditions of all our buildings, especially those over 50 years old, to determine if refurbishment, replacement, or disposal is appropriate. And we'll also continue to perform condition assessments on buildings that are coming up to that 50-year end of life cycle to determine if upgrades may extend its useful service life. What administration sees forward for council is your future consideration when it comes to the disposal of buildings that have gone beyond their life cycle, and upon recommendation by Infrastructure Services, should we decide that it may be best to dispose of some of these assets, that will be coming forward as well for council's consideration. The other thing we're recommending council consider into the future is establishing a building and facilities reserve fund for our upcoming 2024 budget. Any questions?
Yes, Councilor Subject.
I see that you got $39,500 for immediate repair costs. Has any of that been done? And is there something that should we be looking at to get this done immediately so it doesn't incur further costs if we let it go?
You're getting ahead of me, I believe. That's okay. So through the REEV, one of the things that our asset management team in conjunction with Infrastructure Services did is we had a consultant come in, an engineering consultant come in and do a formal assessment on our 5 largest facilities. So from that report, which was completed by Akron Engineering last fall, they did come up with immediate repair costs, some short-term repair cost projections, and some replacement costs overall, just specifically for those buildings. And those are, they did for the administration building here, they did it for the public workshop and office building, the public safety shop and office building, and Kinnessee Ridge Resort Chalet building, as well as the Shaw House. One thing I will just put in as a disclaimer here, this was a visual inspection only. They didn't do any, holes in drywall to see what's behind the scenes as far as that goes. There was no intrusive or specialized testing. However, it was definitely, I believe it was Todd who had mentioned there were certain levels of different assessments that are done on bridge structures. This is kind of the same thing. So this was a visual inspection only level, not no specialized equipment like elevators or cranes were used. So from that findings, if we want to jump into the table. So from Akron's finding, the public safety shop does have, all of them have been earmarked for some immediate repair costs and short-term and long-term work. Currently, I believe, and maybe Monty could speak to this more, but from speaking with our general manager, Mr. Bispalco, the immediate repair costs, I believe most of these, if not all of them, have been included in this year's work for 2023. However, definitely not the short-term or the long-term at this point.
Any other questions? Nope.
The other thing I should mention is council does have in front of you the full report version of this presentation. And if you have any questions about that at all, both Brian and I are more than willing to answer your questions into the future if there's anything else that comes up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Mr. Reed,
Yes.
It's not a question, comment. It's, you know, do you plan for the future, and do you save now and put money away for buildings for 25 or 50 years? Tough discussion though, right? Because then your taxpayers are now funding the buildings they got now, plus the buildings that they'll have in 20 or 30 or 40 years. It's just kind of a, yeah, I mean, I guess we need to have those discussions, but it's a tough one. In the past, we've had the funding, I guess, and we've kind of built the buildings as we went.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't include, you know, you're going to apply for government grants and get funding or whatever, but it's just a rough look at everything, which is good, I guess.
Mr. Reeve? if
Yes, go ahead.
We're not going to have any choice going into the future. The province has made it very clear, and we'll find out what the final version looks like in the next year or so with the local government fiscal framework. We won't be able to apply for funding, or we won't receive funding unless we've shown that we have an active and implemented asset management plan, and we've put money away for exactly those things. We'd be fine without an asset management plan if we weren't going to go ahead and apply for future funding from the province for some of these projects. Without an asset management plan, both in the infrastructure, roads, bridges, water, sewer, et cetera, and of course buildings, then it would be unlikely that we would be very successful into the long term receiving any provincial funding for any of those capital projects. It is going to be, and we're being told that it's going to be a cornerstone of the new local government fiscal framework.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Subchek?
Like I mentioned the Corey Grader shop, Fort Kent, old shop, Ardmore. Like we store equipment in there, you say, but like they're old buildings. We would be better off to maybe look at selling them off and building a good energy efficient building in the MD yard there for all this equipment, whatever equipment they're using. Would we
Like
see
for
a
storage?
savings?
For storage, you mean?
Because I can't imagine what it's costing us for heat and everything in some of these places.
Through the Reeve, that is correct. One of the things coming out of this report is, like we had held with council, we had the lands workshop where we sat down to say, okay, here's an inventory of all of our land. And from that, just recently, council approved selling off of certain parcels in Therian and around Maria Lake. The same sort of report will be coming out of this information as well, where administration will be coming forward with recommendations as far as potential ones to sell. We have had some inquiries lately on some of our buildings. as well as potentially just to, is it unsafe? Is it time to demolish and move forward?
Yes, Councillor Swigert.
I'll make the motion to accept the report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Swigert, on behalf of council, for making the motion on behalf of council that council accepts the 2023 State of the Infrastructure Report for Municipal Buildings as information. Any discussion on this motion? Oh, yes, go ahead, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, I just want to say I'll be excited to see how much the next report will be costing us, because from bridges, this, or what's coming next, like, we're getting hit hard here with a lot of maintenance costs and replacement costs.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Any other comments or? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, that's carried.
Thank you.
Right on. 5 minutes, please. All right, welcome back. We have a delegation, and I'm sure you're going to tell us who it is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed and Council. The purpose of this report is to present the audited. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, no, it was on. Is it supposed to
Yeah,
be
you're
red?
good. No. Good. It's for Donnie.
Must be. The purpose of this report is to present the audited consolidated financial statements for the year ended 2022 for council approved in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. In saying that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Elliston. He's with the Matrix Group, and he has a presentation for you all.
Awesome, thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeff.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, thanks for having me. All right, let's get started then. Yeah, so my name is Jeff Alston. I'm a partner with Metrics Group, so responsible for providing the audit services to the MD. So I'm here today to go over a bit of the financial statements, give some highlights for the year. We can have a discussion on that, and then as well as provide our audit findings report, where we'll discuss areas of focus, any significant findings we would have had, and then again take any questions from council that they may have in regards to the financial statements for the year ended. So usually to begin these presentations, I like to give a bit of an overview of the audit, so kind of why we have an audit and really the importance of it. And it's to enhance the degree of confidence of the intended users of the financial statement. So those main users being yourselves as the councillors, the ratepayers within the MD, the province of Alberta, municipal affairs, so organizations or individuals with a vested interest in the financial performance of the MD. This is achieved by us as auditors expressing an opinion. So we give assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So what that is that's a reasonable assurance. So it's a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute. So we do not audit every transaction that happened during the year. Also, as auditors, we exercise professional judgment and as well as maintain professional skepticism. So questioning mind, we stay alert to conditions which may indicate possible misstatement. Such areas such as cutoff, we want to make sure that transactions have been recorded in the correct period. Revenue recognition, that revenue has been recognized once services or performance obligations have been met, and as well as collectability of receivables, so making sure that what's left as receivable is deemed to be collectible going forward. Also, as auditors, also a critical assessment of the audit evidence, so has the evidence been altered, or are we looking at actual source documentation, or have we received third-party confirmation of balances? So on the next slide here, the independent auditors report. So this should be page, I think, 3 or 4 of the financial statements. And here in summary at the top, we outline our opinion, which is that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So Canadian public sector accounting standards are the same standards that all government organizations report under across the country. When it comes to the basis for opinion, it's in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. So again, auditing standards are the same across the country. So whether you're a publicly traded company, a local government, a not-for-profit organization, auditing standards are the same. It's a reporting framework that can be different. The next part of the audit report outlines responsibility of management and those charged with governance for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. And then in conclusion, the second page of the audit report outlines our objective, which is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. On the next slide here is a snapshot of where the MD was at as at December 31, 2022. So again, your statement of financial position. You'll see your cash and temporary investment position was down to about 20 million from 68 million in the prior year. So the MD had generated about 22 million from operations when it comes to cash positive. You then spent 17 million on TCA additions, 825,000 on debt repayment, and then 56 million was moved into investments from cash. That's why you see your investment up to almost 100 million from 43. The next slide, a little more detail here on the taxes and grants in place of taxes. So at year end, the MD had a current tax amount of about 820,000, so you were down from prior years 1.8 million. Arrears taxes were at 1.1, about $62,000 difference, and then adjustment to your allowance for doubtful accounts up 74,000. So in prior year, you had more currents, you had some taxes owing from Trevita, Imperial Oil, CNR, so those were all collected, so those aren't present on the current year arrears this year. That's why you see a decrease in those two amounts there. On the next slide is a breakdown of your other receivables. So receivables from other government was at 3.2 million. 2.5 million of that is MSI capital money, 765,000 for the Canada Build Fund. When it comes to trade and other, about 1.4 million there, and then receivables from other government or your GST of 372,000 made up of your November and December filings there, leaving you with total receivables at your end of 4.8 million, down from prior year's 8.8. As prior year, you had MSI capital about 6.1 million, so that's where you see the change in the receivable balances there. Back to the statement of financial position. So after looking at taxes, trade AR, you got debt recoverable or local improvement, so principal repayment of that in a year during tax collection, so that's down to 297. And then a new line item here for loan receivable of 929,000. So this is in regards to the Bonnyville Regional Fire loan. So the loan is at 3.1 million. The reason you see the 929 there is that the MD does have 71% ownership of the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority, so those get consolidated together. So the remaining amount that's non-owed by the MD, the 71%, is the 929 that's left there. When it comes to land held for resale, that's at 345,000, and then your investments of 99 million. So on the next slide here, you'll see a breakdown of your investment as at year end. So carrying value is the method that's used to report these on your statement of financial position. Your fixed income securities had interest rates ranging from about 2.2% to 3.59, maturing from 2023 to 2033. Your principal protected notes, so the market value is based on the current condition as at December 31, 2022. So the market value was below the carrying value on these items, but because the principal is protected, that's the form of the product, you would get your carrying value back if the market value does not exceed that as at the time that the principal protected notes are expired. Term deposits of 1.5 million, that's made up of your interest in the Bonnyville Regional Fire Authority, so those are about 2.2% to 3.85% and mature next year. So that's a breakdown of the 99 million that's in investments. So the majority of it in principal protected notes, about 26 million in fixed income, generating specific rates, and then the term deposits from the fire authority. So when you go back then to the statement of financial position, you'll see your financial asset position up to about 127 million from 124, or a $3 million increase. And then the liabilities, so what the MD owes as at year end still. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities at 4.8 million. So 4 million in general trade payables and about 570 owed to other governments. Deposit liabilities on hand of 3.4, and then deferred revenue of 7.7. So there's a slide for that. So the 7.7 million represents grant funding that the MD has collected but has not yet applied to a project. So, or the project is to happen in 2023, and when that project commences, the money will be recognized to offset the costs. So to start the year, your MSI was at 4.2. You had collected your 2022 allocation of 2.6 million. You had spent about 1.5 million on bridge work, leaving you with 5.3 million still to spend. Your Canada Community Building Fund is at 2 million, so again, your 2022 allocation of 764. And then as well as various other grants starting at 495 and ending the year at 448, leaving you at 7.7 million to be spent. Oh, this also this municipal stimulus program, so we started at 1.4 there, and then that funding was used on the green chairlift project at the ski hill there, so. The next
Sorry,
one.
can you, can
Oh,
we
that
ask,
was the green, yeah, sorry?
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, yeah.
You might not know this, maybe Al does, this, the MSI, so what is the where was the 5 million allotted to, or where is it earmarked for right now?
I'd have to turn that over to Susan and Tracy.
Oh, the 5 million in deferred.
The 5 million in MSI, what projects are they going to be allocated towards? Bridges.
It's all bridges.
Yeah, Mr. Reed, question, same area, Jeff, the Canadian Community Building Fund. Yeah, maybe you don't know, where's that tied to, or what was that
2
going to
million
be
there.
used for? Canadian Community Building Fund? That's carried over from other years too, but I'm just wondering, it has to be used for specific projects?
It's bridges as well, and it used to be the old federal gas tax grant, so it's old program, new name.
Canadian Community Building Fund, I think though, I'm just curious now, was Ardmore Infrastructure, some of that was from the Canadian Community Building Fund, so it wouldn't go back, it wouldn't go to bridges, I don't think, would it? Isn't it infrastructure?
So,
So that,
actually spent and allocated in years prior, like it's not for this one, I can't remember the exact thing, but I know it's a different grant for the underground arsenal. Yeah, that one was done last year.
so what was the answer to this one? Is this bridges
So the
then?
one that's referenced here, the Canada Community Building Fund, is also identified to bridge projects that have been allocated in the 2022 capital plan and prior.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we could mark down some of these things and ask them after the presentation as well, right? Okay, thanks, Jeff. Go ahead.
Yep, no worries. Okay, yeah. So after looking at your deferred revenue, employee benefit obligation, so $1 million of vacation and overtime that was owing at year end. And then long-term debt of 10.4 million. So the long-term debt on the next slide, you'll see that debt repaid in the year was about 825,000. Debt debentures mature between 2026 and 2033. Interest rates about 3 to 6%. And then total interest paid on those debentures in the year was 340,000. When it comes to the MD's debt limits, so your total debt limit is at almost 143 million. So this is 1.5 times your total operating revenue based on the MGA criteria. That's how you derive that amount. So with total debt of 10 million, you still have 132 million in unused debt limit based on the MGA Act. And then debt servicing limit, which is 0.25% of, again, operating revenues, which would mean that you'd be allowed to service about $23 million per year in total. And currently next year you're about to service 1.1 million to be repaid. So that's how those amounts. So you're well within the debt limits based on the MGA there.
Oh, sorry, do we have to ask questions later now? You said?
No, you
Oh,
can
yeah,
ask
good.
questions.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
go
just, we're just going right, like if we have a question for our staff there, that's cool. Yeah.
No, I think that 10 million debt, is that probably the LaCory Road then, for the most part?
Yes, you want to go, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so then total, the last liability is your landfill closure and post-closure. So that's up to 3.1 million from 2.8, mainly due to adjustments to inflation as well as the lending rate. So as those increased, so too did the cost to eventually close, cap, and monitor the liability as, so that caused the adjustment there. So that's up to 3.1 million. So I left you with total liabilities of 30.5, down about almost 4 million from prior year's 34. And then if you take your financial assets of 127, less your liabilities of 30, you're left with a net financial asset position of 96.5 million. So what that means is that if you were to collect your collect your receivables, pay off all your liabilities, you'd be left with 96 million in cash in the bank there. Yeah, so that's kind of how that would work. When it comes to non-financial assets, so main component of that is your tangible capital assets of 275 million. So on the next slide here, just kind of a breakdown of your additions in the year. So you had spent 17 million. Engineering structures, so various bridge work, some drainage work as well for the 5.6 million there. Construction in progress, about 3.3 million on the chairlift and 1.5 million in walking trails make up the new additions there. And then a transfer, you'll see in the bottom right, 24 million. So out of construction in progress, 24 million was moved into active or in use based on accounting policies. So various roads, various bridge work as well, that was moved up into engineering structures there. So I think one thing to look at from here is you'll see 17 million of additions coming in and about 19 million of amortization leaving. So the amortization from an accounting perspective represents the usage of your assets. So if you have a road that's going to last 50 years, you take 1/5 of that cost. It gets amortized into your operations every year, 1/50th. So if you look at this, you got 19 million leaving in total assets, and you added 17 million. So you're kind of replacing what you took out in the year based on new work coming in and based on the amortization leaving. So it's not exact science. Obviously, engineers would have other reports telling you what it's going to cost, replacement, all that. But from an accounting perspective, you maintain your kind of your net book value of your assets with ins and outs there. So
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So in regards to the buildings, can you go, so on the right-hand side says transfers. Could you explain to me like the 1.1 million, what's that
So
about?
there would have been work in construction in progress in regards to either a building construction or some sort of large renovation to one, and then it would have been completed and then transferred up to there. I don't know exactly what makes up the 1.1 million at this time, but there would have been something that wouldn't have been concluded last year that was finished this year that was then transferred to in use.
Mr. Reed, members of council, I think the vast majority of that was the final payments for the Ardmore and Fort Kent fire halls.
That's what I was going to, yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Sal.
Yep. So after looking at your assets, inventory for consumption, so this is up to 47 million from 37 million, so 46 million of that is gravel, and 1.3 million of that is materials and parts. So during our audit this year, or with the reports that we did receive from the engineers, there was a write-up to the gravel this year. So we were able to, in the past, we had written it down to what was reported there, and we had written it down, I think, over about $3 million, and this year we had written it up $4 million. So we found the difference in the gravel and a little bit more based on what the engineers say are there. So just an update to the gravel changes there. Prepaid expenses then, so costs incurred this year for next year of $700,000 left you with total non-financial assets of $322 million, or a $3.5 million change. And then your accumulated surplus up to $419 million from $409. So your accumulated surplus on this next slide here is made up of unrestricted surplus of $65 million, so a $23.8 million increase there. And then restricted surplus, which is down to 88.6 from 96, or a $7.6 million change. And then equity and tangible capital asset decreased to 264 from 270. So when you look at this schedule here, the 264 represents a portion that is tied up in your tangible capital assets of your total, I guess you could say, accumulated surplus or net or surpluses over the years that have been all wound up into there. And then the reserves and the unrestricted represent a portion of, I guess, what's tangible. So there's a cash component in there, as well as gravel, and then also debt, which will actually be on the next slide here, which is a breakdown of how you come back to your surplus. So with unrestricted and restricted, total there before tangible capital assets of 154 million. So how you get back to that is your net financial assets. So again, if you take your investments, cash, collect your receivables, pay off your liabilities, that 96.4 million is what you'd be left with, so a cash point there. inventory. So you have 47 million allocated to inventory, expenses that have been prepaid for next year, as well as long-term debt of 10.4. And then the debt recoverable portion of 297, which will come in from tax dollars. So that's how you break out back to that, your unrestricted and restricted based on what makes that up. So there's a cash component, inventory, as well as prepaid expenses, and then money that came in from long-term debt. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on that, or?
Sort of question on the long-term debt, so it's 10 point some million, but you're looking at yearly, so this is 2022, so you actually, would you have to subtract out 10 point whatever million from it, not just what is owing in 1 year?
Like on this? Well, this is
Yeah,
a
like the
breakdown,
financial.
so the 10.4 million shows up here because it was used for tangible capital asset purchase. So actually, as it gets paid down, it gets reduced, and then the amount of debt principal it gets repaid comes out of sort of unrestricted surplus and then factors into the equity. So that's
I guess
kind
I
of-
was looking back one page, like when you
Yeah.
have your statement
Oh.
of financial position, your
Okay.
statement of financial position
Yep.
for 2022.
Oh, the
It's just a way of
10.4.
doing that, but the long-term debt is 10 million, but it's actually, like, for 2022, it's a million something or whatever.
Yes, the current portion is different, yeah. So within, I guess, public sector accounting standards, there isn't like a current and a long-term portion like you would see in other financial statements. So usually you would see a current portion that's gonna be paid next year, and then you would see a long-term portion underneath that on other statements or statement of financial position if you're following, say, not-for-profit or private sector statements, yeah.
So this is common though, is it? to kind of do
Yeah,
this
yeah,
way?
you would show the whole amount. And then
Okay.
the notes in the financial statement will actually break out what the, sorry, what the current portion would be.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so after looking at the surplus breakdown, I'll jump into the statement of operations. So this will be probably page 6 of your financial statement, so showing you your total revenues, less your expenses, and then your annual surplus for the year. So to begin, your operating revenues, so your total operating revenues were about 95.3 million. So you're up about 435,000 from last year. When it came to taxes, that make up a large component of that, that was at 82.5 million. So a 0.8% increase to the assessment caused that change year over year. When it comes to user fees and sales of goods, so that's up to 5.4 from 4.5. So definitely with COVID gone, or hardly gone, I guess. And then with the ski hill being operational for the year, you saw a big uptick in season passes, group events there, cafeteria, which really drove the increase in the user fees there with the usage of the facility. Investment income up to 2.3 from 1.8, so increase in the amount of principal with your investments as well as the interest rates. So you're seeing a higher rate of return on those, which I'm sure will be offset by the additional costs that you'll incur with inflation. But anyways, at least there's more interest income there. When it comes to government transfers for operating, that was at 1.6. It was down from prior year. Prior year, you had a municipal operating stimulus grant there for 1.1 million, so that's where the change comes from there. And then as well as your other revenue, which is made up of your road maintenance contracts with various oil companies in the area, so that's what makes up the 2.3 million. So again, that left you with a total of 95.2 million, up from the budgeted amount, about 1.6 or a 1.68% increase. This next chart here just kind of gives you a breakdown of your revenues and structure there. So your net municipal taxes make up 87%. User fees increased a bit up to 6, whereas government transfers were down at 2 versus 3 in the prior year. So after looking at your total operating revenues, what did the revenues get spent on? So there was 87 million of actual expenses. So council, administration, and general government, you spent 33.3 million. The budget was 39. The difference between the two there is you had budgeted a 4.4 million contingency there in relation to potential tax repayment. So that's where the variance from that comes from. Other changes here, road walk, streets, and lighting. It budgeted 26.3, actual was 28.5. So difference in the adjustment for gravel really when it comes to that amount there, up to 28.5. Yeah, and then that left you with pretty much total operating expense there of 26.9 versus 86.9 versus 87.2 in the prior year, and then about $3.5 million from budget, or a 4% decrease there. This next slide here, expenses by function. So this line shows you where your budget is in relation to your actuals, being the dark blue. So you'll see a decrease in the council administration in regards to the 4.4 million contingency budget. And then as well as road, rock, streets, and lighting, an increase there, slightly over budget there. When it comes to the next slide here, this is a breakdown of the object code, so what the expenses were spent on. So instead of by department, what it was used for. You'll see your salaries, wages, and benefits at 24 million in the year. So you were able to fill some positions there to get it up from 21 in the prior year, but still slightly below budget. When it comes to amortization, 19.9 million, so almost 20 million is running into amortization expense, so usage of assets in the year for operations. Contractors and general services, budget 10 million, actual 6.4. So we're in relation to, again, some drainage, gravel hauling, assessment management program, budgeted for in contract and general services, but not spent in the year. Transfers to other government, that's at 27 million, so that's mainly in relation to ID 349 funds that go, as well as other payments to other governments. Local government organizations was 847, and then materials, goods, and supplies. So the 19.5 relates to the gravel budget as a whole, whereas the amount gets reflected in inventory for the change, so that's why you see a 7.3 actual versus 19.5. And again, leaving you a total budget of 90.4 and actual of 86.9. So if you look at the next slide here, if you take the total operating revenue less operating expenses, you end up with an annual surplus before other income of 8.3 million. Other income or government transfers from capital of 2.291, that relates to 1.4 million from the municipal stimulus program, as well as 671 from MSI. I have the contributed assets and gain loss backwards on here, so it's actually a loss on disposal of assets of 758, and that was in relation to the demolishing of, I think it's DeCarmi building, I don't know if I said that right, but that was in relation to that, so the net book value being written off, so 758 there, and then contributed assets of 187,000. So if you add up the other income plus the annual surplus before operations, you end up with an annual surplus of almost $10 million. So the difference there, which I'll talk about in my next report, is mainly in relation to the 4.4 million that was budgeted for potential future tax repayment, as well as the 4.5 million adjustment for inventory that was used as was credited to the bottom line and then added into inventory. So both of those caused a net effect of about $9 million change in your annual surplus. So that left you a total accumulated surplus to begin the year of 410 million and to end the year at roughly 420. The next slide here breaks down what you had initially budgeted to your actual. So on your statement of financial or statement of operations under public sector accounting standards, your annual surplus budget is 6.5 million. You'll look in here, you had a net transfer from reserve budgeted for that of 46 million, as well as an acquisition of tangible capital asset of 52. You'll see in relation to that on the right-hand side, actual was 7 million, and then the actual acquisition was 17.2. So your budget was to 0 on the left, which is what council had approved, and the actual was 23.8, based on adding back non-cash items such as amortization expense, looking at your actual transfers, and as well as your actual acquisition of TCA. So in summary on the last slide, based on Canadian public sector accounting standards, your annual surplus of 10 million versus 10.8 in the prior year. Net financial asset position up to 96.5 from 89. So again, you've kind of increased your asset position there where you have sufficient financial assets to meet your obligations. Audit findings report. So in summary here, we had no significant control deficiencies, no unusual accounting policies. We have unrecorded misstatements, and then no significant difficulties to note to council in regards to our work. I just want to thank management and staff for their support and helping us obtain the information we needed so we could complete our work. If anybody has any questions on the financial statements, I can take those before going into the other report.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Crick.
Just going back up a couple of pages,
amortization, it showed that there was budgeted 98,000, but it says the actual is 19 million. Do you know what that's all about?
Well, there's two methods to this. So municipalities sometimes choose to not budget for amortization expenses. I think the theory might be that you're not using, well, it's a non-cash item, whereas other ones do have an amount budgeted in there for amortization expense. So in theory, if you're able to generate an annual surplus at year end with an actual, you're actually putting funds aside then to replace those assets. So if you have an amortization expense of 20 million, and you're able to still be positive, you're actually putting 20 million away in order to, potentially replace those assets in the future there. Whereas if you're, I guess in theory, not budgeting for it, you'd be relying on grant funding or other means to potentially replace those assets. So I guess there's two methods behind it. Obviously, tangible capital assets came in 2009. I don't quite know what the correct method is, whether it should be budgeted for or not. I know if you were to ask, a small town that can't afford to fund their amortization, they would tell you not to. Whereas if you have sufficient means to kind of collect money in order to replace your assets in the future, it's kind of being done there. So, but yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but I'll leave that for administration to maybe add on or determine how the amortization amount comes to be.
Yes, Councillor Scarson.
On the expenses by function page.
Yep.
So are you able to, you might not be able to decipher which is operating and which is capital side of those expenses, and is there any carryover from the capital side?
Well, the expenses by function here would all be operating.
Okay.
The capital would be more in regards to the TCA purchases. So in the financial statement, the statement of change in net assets might be a better idea there. So, so again, you had budgeted 52 million in acquisitions and you spent 17.2. So I'm assuming that there's carry forward of projects. But again, administration could probably tell you which ones those are, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, good, Doris. Councillor Swaggart.
Just a question about the investment income under operating revenue.
Yep.
It's our page 19 actually, but is it common to put investment income into operation, or is it common to leave it in the investment?
Yeah, so the interest that's generated in the year from those investments, you'll eventually get paid that. So that comes into operations for use. If it gets reinvested, then it would be added to the principal balance at that time if you determine to do that. Also, a portion gets allocated to deferred revenue. If you have grants on hand, there's an interest component potentially with that. So if if you have, again, $6 million of MSI money, technically that money is part of the investments, it's being invested. So there's an interest component for that as well, as that needs to factor into that and go into deferred revenue. And then as well, sometimes there's an interest, after you've earned interest income, there's sometimes a portion that gets allocated into reserves if there's a need for that to go into there. So, but yes, in turn, the interest income does get reported initially in operations, except for any restricted interest income, which would be in relation to grants.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Next.
Yep.
Oh, one more. Go
I just
ahead.
have a question, maybe more for administration though. Like, is this report, can we get this printed off for us, sir, or maybe sent to us in email or something like that?
You should, in your package, you'll have a draft of the audited financial statement. It should be in your package that you received.
Oh, it's in the package here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once council, because right now it's draft until council approves it, and then we can certainly print it out at that point for everybody for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, one more.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know, do we do this one in camera or no? I can't remember. Do you want?
So the next report is the audit findings report. Council can choose to have this presented to them in the in-camera format to allow for open discussion, and us finance folk will vacate the premises, or you can have it in an open meeting. You're not telling them anything unusual?
No, yeah, it's.
There you go.
I just came from one that was in camera, other ones are in public, it's
Yeah.
totally up
It's
to.
totally up to you folks.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there a reason to go in camera? I mean,
No, it just, sometimes there's comments in there, it doesn't, again, it's kind of up to council what they want to do or ask if it's public forum or in camera.
Mr. Reeve, administration is comfortable having our financial statement scrutinized publicly.
I am as well. I don't think we've ever went in camera for that, so go ahead.
Okay, awesome, okay. All right, so this is our audit findings report for the year ended December 31, 2022. So just a quick table of contents on the next page. We'll just go over a quick summary, talk about responsibilities, materiality, talk about our audit results or key areas of focus and any findings we would have had there. Also, if you ever had to get in contact with me, my information is on the top left here, so phone number and email, so feel free if there's anything that you needed to discuss with me directly. So when it comes to the executive summary, really the purpose of this report is just to promote two-way communication between ourselves as the auditors and yourselves as counselors. We feel that we are independent of the MD, so we don't have a vested interest or a financial dependence on the municipal district. As of today's date, we'll substantially complete the audit, so we'll complete our subsequent event procedures. We'll obtain a signed management representation letter. We'll complete our required communication to council, which is what we're doing right now with this presentation. And then we'll obtain evidence of council's approval of the consolidated financial statements. Once we receive those, we'll be able to issue signed financial statements. There were no changes when it came to our audit planning report in regards to our audit findings. When it comes to responsibilities, I spoke on this earlier in the presentation, but our responsibility is to perform an audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards, and that the financial statement present fairly in all material respects in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. On the next slide, just assesses responsibility of management and those charged with governance. So those charged with governance, council is responsible for overseeing the municipality's financial reporting process. When it comes to materiality, so we set materiality this year at 4% of operating expenses, which is about 3.4 million. So what this means is that if your total operating revenue from 90 million were to increase by say 3 million or decrease by 3 million, a user of the financial statement may have a different outlook or opinion on the financial performance of the MD. So again, these are based on professional judgment. So we use that as our kind of our benchmark when we're given reasonable assurance. We use either a percentage of operating revenues or expenses as kind of a benchmark there. So that's what we used this year when it came to the MD's financial statements. The next section of the report, our audit results. So here we'll discuss areas of focus, why it's important, and any findings we would have had. So first main area of focus here is management override of control. So management is in a unique position to potentially perpetrate consolidated financial statement fraud, potentially through the manipulation of financial statement results. So conforming to budgeted amounts, so adjusting things to conform to approved budget, or adjusting transactions to increase a surplus for reasoning. So what we do is we use data analytic tools which identify journal entries that exhibit certain characteristics that may be indicative of there being an adjustment made in order to manipulate the financial statements. So we then test those journal entries. We found that they were all in relation to normal accounting practices, and that we didn't find anything when it came to manipulation. So we had no significant findings in that area. The next area of focus is revenue recognition. So we want to make sure revenue is being recognized again when obligations have been met. So we're updating our understanding of process and controls there. We're reviewing agreements, source documents to make sure that restrictions are being met before grant funding has been recognized as revenue. When it comes to tax revenue, you want to make sure your property assessments or tax rates are being applied correctly. So the rates approved by council, what was used to generate taxes, as well as the assessment value being accurate, so we had no significant findings there. When it comes to user fees and sales of goods, here we want to make sure that rates are being applied correctly. So we update our understanding of your process and controls. We also perform tests of details, so we'll test samples throughout the year or transactions throughout the year to make sure correct rates have been appropriately applied, as well as perform substantive analytical procedures. So how many season passes were sold versus approved rates to make sure revenues are in line with expectations there. When it comes to operating expenses, there's risk there that there are potential for fraudulent expenses, as well as expenses not being recorded in the correct fiscal year. So again, we want to update our understanding of process and controls. We do agree significant expenses to source documents, as well as non-significant expenses. So we do a testing of the entire population. So we use sampling models to determine how many we should be testing throughout the population. So we look at significant, but again, as well as non, to make sure that the expenses are accurate and exist at year end, as well as perform search for unrecorded liabilities. So we're looking at transactions or significant transactions subsequent to year end to make sure that they should be in 2023, or should they be accrued in 2022 based on work that was performed. So we had no significant findings in that area. Salaries, wages, and benefits. This includes your benefit obligations. So potential risk here is that you have an employee that potentially doesn't exist that's getting paid, or you have employees that are getting paid at the incorrect rate. So again, we update our understanding of your process and controls. We perform substantive analytical procedures to make sure that expectation of change in salary is accurate, and as well as reconcile your T4s to your expenses. So we had no significant findings there. Cash and temporary investments, I should say cash and investments. This makes up obviously a significant amount of your financial assets. So we do obtain third-party confirmation of your bank accounts as well as your investments. We do audit reconciling items, and then as well as recalculate, I should say on here, your bond premium discounts and accrued interest to make sure those are accurate at year end. So we had no significant findings there. When it comes to receivables, we want to make sure that receivables are deemed to be collectible and that you don't have items in receivable that potentially are not. So is your allowance accurate? So we've updated our understanding of your policies and controls. We test subsequent to year end. So for collection of those receivables, if it's deemed to be receivable and it's collected subsequent to year end, that's usually a good indication that it is a receivable, as well as perform other additional substantive procedures in conjunction with revenue and deferred revenue. So we had no significant findings there. Tangible capital assets, that makes up a large amount of the MD's balance sheet there. So again, we want to make sure that items that have been in TCA should be there and shouldn't be expensed, or potentially have items that have been expensed in repairs and maintenance that should be capitalized, or you have assets that are impaired, so should those assets be written down. So we do inquire with management in regards to any impairment. We perform substantive tests of details over additions, so looking at source documents, and as well as recalculate amortization expense and gain loss. So we had no findings there. The last two here, accounts payable and accrued liabilities, again, making sure that everything's in the correct period, so performing work subsequent to year end, as well as reviewing council minutes after year end for any potential indication of obligations that have been missed. And then your landfill closure and post-closure. So risk there is that the amount of the closure post-closure is not recorded correctly. So again, we want to make sure we're updating our estimates, discount rates, inflation rates to make sure those have been applied correctly and that the calculation is accurate based on information obtained. So we had no significant findings in that area. So when it comes to our significant findings, our audit procedures do not reveal any significant deficiencies in internal controls. We feel your accounting policies, practices, judgments, and estimates are in line with Canadian public sector accounting standards, as well as with your own accounting policies. We did not encounter any significant difficulties that should be brought to the attention of council. When it comes to management representation on Appendix 2, once we get a signed copy of that, we'll be able to issue signed financial statements. We'll also be submitting a letter to management in regards to other non-significant items that we would have found while performing our audit for them to look into. So when it comes to adjustments on the next page here, we did perform 10 adjusting journal entries while completing our work. The result of those entries caused your assets to increase by 10.3 million, your liabilities to decrease by 3.8, your accumulated surplus to change by 4.9, and then your annual surplus to change by 9.2 million. The effect of those adjustments, again, was for the liability change in regard to the tax amounts, and then as well as to the gravel inventory adjustment, about $4.5 million. So that caused your surplus to change by $9.2 million while we were performing our work. The next one here, these are unrecorded misstatements. So these are adjustments that aren't reflected in your financial statements. So the net effect of those result in a $563,000 overstatement of municipality surplus. The first one was to remove a 2021 grant that was recorded in the year, $872,000. To adjust allowance for uncollectible taxes of $309,000. And then to reallocate credit balances between receivables and payables. So again, the net effect is $563,000. So we do not feel that this change here would change anyone's view on the financial results of the MD. So again, these have not been reflected in the financial statements. Appendix 1, so required communication here. So just another note, we do not hold a financial interest, position, personal business relationship, or have an economic dependence on the MD. Appendix 2 is our management representation letter. We'll get Al to sign this when at the conclusion of the audit, as well as Susan, that information was forthcoming and that in agreement with the items on here. Appendix 3, new and revised accounting standards. So again, next year there'll be changes to the financial statements. There'll be changes to our financial statement presentation. There'll be additional note disclosure when it comes to financial instruments in regards to your investments and receivables, and then as well as asset retirement obligations, which I've spoken on for the last number of years. That is coming into effect next year. So what that is those are legal obligations associated with the retirement of tangible capital assets. So on Appendix 4 here, asset retirement obligations, just a 2-slide update, but mainly, we'll be looking to adopt that next year. So we'll be looking for our clients to provide us with their list of their tangible capital assets, information in regards to why they feel these assets do not meet the definition of an asset retirement obligations and which ones potentially might and why, so we can have a discussion as to does additional work need to be performed to identify the amount or estimate needed to be recorded as a liability on the MD's financial statements as at December 31, 2022. So this is, I think, a pretty big project when it comes to trying to figure out these liabilities and the potential of do they exist. So again, we're encouraged that the MD will get this done over the summer here and the fall so that we're able to adopt this section for next year's financial statements. So. And that's the conclusion of our audit findings. So if anybody has any questions, I can definitely take those.
Yes, go ahead. Councillor Swiger.
Yeah, I was interested in the adjusted differences in the adjustments. And you'd mentioned 4.921 million. And was that all gravel though, or was that?
I think the gravel was about 4.5. I'm not exactly sure on the amounts, but I think it was something like that. It was over 4.
So so this year we found $4 million worth of gravel that we didn't?
Yeah, where previously I think we'd written off three something. Yeah.
So that's the CAO maybe to talk about that one.
Prior to my arrival and even my first year here, there were some struggles in terms of the engineering formulas, in terms of the compaction of where that gravel was. We always knew the gravel was there, but when you have a gravel pile the size of our gravel pile, it becomes difficult to calculate both what gravel is now underground with the weight as it sinks, and B, what's actually in that pile. There's moisture, there's water, there's ice, there's other things. So over the course of the last couple of years, we fine-tuned with engineers, with engineering, exactly what formula should be used based on the drone study of the pile and given its size and weight and other things, what that formula should actually be. I think over the last couple of years, we've written off $3 million this year. We're a little over $4 million at the end of the day. We have the gravel that we figured we had in the first place, and we're almost back to even. So it's just a formula. When you have a gravel pile that size, it's just a formula base. How big is the pile? How tall is the pile? What type of gravel is in it? And then how do you calculate for moisture and other things getting into the pile?
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, okay, well, thank you, Jeff.
Awesome. Okay, well, yeah. Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. feel like you guys are letting me off easy here. So.
We want you to get home in daylight.
So after all of that, administration is recommending that council approve the 2022 audited consolidated financial statement as presented.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a motion? Yeah, okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchick, for making a motion on behalf of council, that council approves the 2022 audited consolidated financial statement for the municipal district of Bonneville as presented. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you, have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Now where are we going?
I think we're at 9.3.7. That's a addition to the agenda.
That's gonna be an hour.
So I've been aware that there's been different groups using our logo and for different functions and events, some of which we may or may not have approved of. And I think it'd be good if we had a policy, so we can direct administration to prepare a policy that we can, for a future meeting of council, for third-party groups that want to use our logo, just so that we're aware of that. That's all I have to say about that, really.
Yeah, we'll just wait till Al gets back.
Okay.
Did you hear that, Al? Did you hear what you had to say?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. Go again?
I just said that there's different groups using our logo right now. That's why I put it on as an emergent item. And for groups or events or functions that we may or may not approve of, and I think that we should have direct the staff to draft up a policy that we can have to kind of say yes or no if we want to let groups use our logo, put on their stuff. When our logo's on something, it looks as though the MD is fully endorsing and supporting it. And I'm not convinced we necessarily always are. We often are probably, but just I think it'd be good to have a policy in that regards.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a motion, or do you want to?
A motion, and I think administration is working on the motion right now. I
Okay.
would also suggest that it's not always about whether the MD supports a certain thing that the logo ends up on. Most organizations are very sensitive about how their logo is portrayed in terms of the physical. Our logo is our logo. It's not stretched out. It's not done. So if you were to take a corporate logo and
Do that to it?
and manipulate it, you would usually get a letter from their lawyers. So part of a logo control is not just what it's on, but what does it look like when it is on something, that it's an accurate representation of our logo.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll wait for Al. So I'm just curious as to, I'm interested to see what this policy would look like, for sure. You know, who would enforce it, and who would decide who's eligible to use our logo, as well as any group that we fund, either through sponsorship or donation or anything. You know, how do they all get included as our logo? So lots of things to consider here, for sure.
Yep. All right, would you like to make this motion as well? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making a motion on behalf of council. The council directs administration to draft a new policy outlining the use of the MD of Bonneville's logo by a third party. Sorry, by third parties, and bring it back to a future meeting for consideration. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 9.4.1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Even Council.
Good afternoon, sir.
Today I have a RFD entitled American Public Works Association, Alberta Chapter Proclamation Request. The American Public Works Association, Alberta Chapter submitted a proclamation request to the MD of Bonnyville to acknowledge May 21st to 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week within the municipality. The theme for this year is Connecting the World Through Public Works, which highlights the way public works professionals connect us physically through infrastructure and inspirationally through service to their communities, whether as first responders or daily workers carrying out their duties with pride. Attached for the Council's review are two appendixes. APWA Alberta Chapter, the request letter, and a draft proclamation. Administrative recommended action is that Council approves the proclamation of May 21st to 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week with a theme of connecting the world through public works within the municipal district of Bonnyville.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making a motion on behalf of Council that Council approves proclamation of May 21st to the 27th, 2023 as a National Public Works Week with the theme Connecting the World Through Public Works within the municipal district of Bonnyville. Any discussion on this? Okay, I'll call for the vote. I always get tongue-tied when it's time for proclamations. Okay, that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need to read this one now, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, National Public Works Week, May 21st to the 27th, 2023, Connecting the World Through Public Works. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and service that are of very importance to the sustainability and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the municipal district of Bonnyville. As whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated effort of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supplies, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the municipal district of Bonnyville to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, now therefore I, Barry Klinsky, Reeve of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, who do hereby proclaim the week of May 21st to 27, 2023 to be National Public Works Week in the Municipal District of Bonnyville. I urge all citizens to join with respective of the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and the government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health and safety and quality of life. Thank you. On to 9.5.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of the council. 9.5 is regarding council invitations. And I do have an additional council invitation that just came in this morning that it seemed appropriate to add to this. So we've been invited to the Cold Lake High School graduation ceremony on Thursday, May 18th of 2023. And again, today we just received an invitation for Reeve Kalinsky and guests to attend the Assumption Junior Senior High School class of 2023, graduation on Saturday, May 27th of 2023.
Or are
That's
we,
that's in Cold Lake?
are we here on it? Yeah, we're here on the 27th?
Yeah, Saturday, May 27th.
That's during FCM.
That's FCM, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
So
nobody's here on the 27th? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I think there's only one counselor who's not attending, but I believe that counselor is also attending their own,
Function?
their own child's graduation, so.
Okay.
So the administrator recommended action, the council approves a counselor, the Reeve, to attend the Cold Lake High School graduation ceremony. to be
Okay,
held May
yeah,
18th.
I'll go to that for sure.
Okay.
Okay. We need a motion? Yeah, go ahead.
Could we send a representative of the administrative staff to represent Reeve on the 27th, if possible?
It would be, through the Reeve to members of the council, we certainly could. However, it would be unusual to send a staff member to a high school graduation on behalf of, I'm not here myself, I'm with council in Toronto at FCM. We certainly could if council wanted to send one of the general managers. It would be unusual, but we certainly could do that.
I'm sure they'll understand that we're all at FCM, so. It's up to council, though. Yep. All right, someone like to make a motion? Yeah, Councillor Crick. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making a motion on behalf of council. That council approves Reeve Kalinsky to attend the Cold Lake High School graduation ceremonies event to be held on May 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. at the Imperial Oil Palace Arena in Cold Lake, Alberta. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes, go ahead.
So Councillor Slipchuk had, it'd be nice if we could send them something. And I think in the past, we send sort of packages out to these grads. And could we still send them maybe a package and a letter, saying?
I'm sure we still send the packages, but we could send a letter for sure.
Well, just, because I'm not sure we do it all.
Mr. Reeve?
I think we've done video messages in the past.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, we do certainly send cards for the graduates while graduating classes. One thing we have done in the past is we have sent a video recording of the Reeve with a message. Those were during the COVID years when attendance was not permitted at graduation ceremonies.
Okay, I'll talk it over with Al, and we'll come up with something, for sure. Okay. On to correspondence and information.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, members of council. In front of you have, there are 12 pieces of correspondence. I'd point out to you two in particular from the UN NATO veterans. They request for sponsorship for the motorcycle toy run. And second, we have an invitation, and I believe several attended last year, to the Lac La Biche golf tournament. It's supporting the Lac La Biche Regional Health Foundation and Portage College. So we have an invitation for that as well for July the 7th, 2023 at the Lac La Biche Golf and Country Club.
Thank you. Any questions, Al?
I'd like to also bring up about Nurses Proclamation Week for nurses in May.
Okay.
It's also in there. May 8th to 14th, National Nursing Week for nurses. It's 10.9. Yeah.
So, Mr. Reeve, I'll just clarify, that was not necessarily your request for us to make that proclamation. It was just letting us know that the province has made that proclamation provincially.
Does answer your question. Good. You're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do it this way, everyone gets.
Yeah.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes, go ahead.
Have we ever funded the NATO toy and poker rally kind of thing?
The where?
If we look at number 10.6 there, letter from the United Nations, that was kind of new to me. I don't know if we've done that in the past.
Not to my knowledge.
Anybody else familiar with that one? 10.6?
I'm not.
Some guy from Cherry Grove's kind of chairing that committee or something? or-
It's always been around, and people have always done it. I don't know if we have or not, but it's a pretty good group, and they've, they're always doing it, so.
Well,
We have-
I read the letter, and they, last year they raised $2,600 for Valor Place and large containers for toys for the Lakeland. And so it wouldn't take us, if we donated a couple $100, it's probably to a good cause. don't know what you guys would think, but.
I saw them, I believe they had a kind of like a little presentation there at remember I mentioned that game that was for cancer in Cold Lake, they had a booth there set up, and people were donating to them, and I think this is like a bike rally, correct? And they probably heard that I went on one for the last year that Donnie kind of got me involved in, and I told him, well, if I have nothing to do, I'd gladly come for a rip for sure. So yeah.
Is there something you think we could, as the MD, could sponsor them in some way, maybe with gifts for an auction, or reach out to them? Seeing as, especially as the CFB is on our area and all that, show our support to them, our military.
Any suggestions from anyone, or anyone's got a comment?
I don't know. I mean, I could make a motion. I'll just make a motion that we donate $500 to the UN NATO Veterans.
Why don't you do like a pass for the Venture Park or Kinnison Ridge or something?
If they're in a position to raffle that off, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe. It's all quiet. Got real quiet quick. Well, okay, if we donate something, though, I don't know if they're in a position to do anything with it.
Right. Can we just talk about it next week at,
Sure.
let's bring it up at the Committee of the Whole?
Sure.
That'd be a good place, Al?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, let's discuss it at committee. Any other questions on correspondence and information? Okay, I'm just looking for a motion then.
I'll make a motion to accept this as information.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sipsik, for making a motion on behalf of council that council accepts the following correspondence and information, 1 through 12. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to council reports, I believe, is that correct? Whoever would like to start first?
Well, I'll start because it's just very short, I think, here. Attended the Cold Lake Regional Utility Service Commission meeting on the 3rd of April. And they talk a little bit about the new wastewater treatment facility. They're still working on that one, kind of getting their funding together. Then the Beaver River Regional Waste Commission, I sit on that one April 5th. We had our financial guys give their audit statements and audit report. And then one of the things they're actually doing is that they've got transfer stations, one in Cold Lake, one in town of Bonnyville, that the commission actually maintains. And they've needed doors on these transfer stations that they drive the big trucks into. But anyway, the doors, for whatever reason, had failed and were broken, and there are new doors to have those up and running. Probably doesn't affect hardly anybody here, but if you've ever been out there and seen them. Anyway, they're putting in new doors. And they got their new compaction trailer up and running now, which they had issues with the roof on it, but it's running fine. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I attended the ASHA conference, April 5th to 6th, or April 3rd to 6th, and in Edmonton, was an interesting event. Talked with a lot of different people representing lodges and senior living, and attended some good courses there on HR focused and pros and cons on housing and stuff. Attended it with fellow board members and the deputy mayor of Bonneville, and it was really interesting and good to attend, and looking forward to another convention, and that's all I have for past week.
Thank you.
Yeah, nothing to report.
Okay, thank you.
Just had one BRFA meeting, and it was to discuss I guess, some of the funding options with moving out to the Capella building. That's about it.
Thank you.
Well, I have, there was a show I seen on CBC that maybe Esther and her team might be interested in as economic development, and it's called the Canada's Ultimate Challenge, where they have these 6 teams that go to different places in Canada and compete in different challenges. And I thought, you know, how nice it'd be to see Kinnessoo Ridge on that show. I'm sure they can figure something out, but I think they visited like 32 different spots across Canada to have these different challenges, and it's on TV right now, and I thought, well, if there was a season 2, maybe it'd be a perfect opportunity to do some filming in season 2. So anyways, if Scott and his team can look into that, that'd be pretty neat, I think, right? So, and then the only other thing I wanted to mention was anyone not doing anything tonight gets Game 3 in the North Final of the Junior A Pontiac's playoffs. So it's the furthest they've ever gone in the last 8 years. So come out and support the team. Be a good game.
Okay, thank you.
And tomorrow night too, Game 4.
Two nights in a row, correct?
2 nights in a row.
All right, I don't have, kind of was mentioned already, so I don't have nothing to report as well. Thank you, everybody.
Sorry about the 812-5000 system that we put in probably 2012 or 2013 or whatever, and it was changed. I'm not sure when, like within the last 2 years or something, contracted out to a call center, and I'm not sure if most council knew that. So I don't know if you want to maybe in the future just kind of present. We don't have to do it now, but just kind of update us on it. And
It was presented to Reeve and Council, it was presented to Council about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, when the change was made. And the change was made that up until then, staff were taking the phone home and were being called at all hours of the days of the night. So we decided to send the after-hours call. I think it's 8 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock at night. Monty could confirm what time. So 6 o'clock at night till early in the morning, it goes to a call center. We were ending up with, and because it's typically Public Works, we were ending up at 10 o'clock at night with whoever was on call at Public Works getting a call about a picnic table. What time are your parks open? There's, you know, the garbage needs picked up at the park. Things that had nothing to do with Public Works. So we moved that over to a call center who takes all those after-hours calls, and then from there they disseminate to the appropriate person, or are supposed to disseminate to the appropriate person who those calls go to. But yes, this was presented to council, I'm going to say at least 18 months ago.
Thank you.
And I guess maybe I'd ask, maybe you can, like, for a future discussion on, you still think it's working okay? And because I've had 2 calls into it, and on weekends, unfortunately, you know, maybe when you need something, and the call person really wasn't sure how to answer the questions or do anything about it, and it wasn't transferred to anybody. So you know, that's just me. I don't know if residents are still using it on the weekend and find it's working well. If they are, great. If they're not, maybe we can tweak something. I'm not sure.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Swaggart. I'm not sure what their criteria is for screening the calls, whether it gets through to the on-call supervisor. The on-call supervisor still has a phone. Based on the severity of the call, they decide whether or not to put it through to them on the weekends. So I will look into it, and we can come back with a report if that's what council recommends on what their criteria is.
Thank you.
We're trying to eliminate at midnight on a Saturday night, somebody getting a call about, hey, is a campsite open, for a guy at Public Works who's probably been, or a gal at Public Works who's probably been up all day dealing with other stuff. And that was the whole point of going to the call center. Like everything else, there's probably the odd call that slips through the cracks, but I'm not hearing any widespread concern about weekend or after-hours calls that are not being directed appropriately. There's probably the odd one, but if there is, it's not a widespread problem.
Okay, thank you.
Also, we get a report on Monday morning of all the calls that came in, and yeah, I haven't seen any that are outstanding that should have been put through immediately, but we can look
Maybe
into it.
it's working fine, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I think we need a motion to go in camera, correct? I'm sorry? You got it? You'll make it? Thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadea, for making a motion to go in camera. I'll call for the vote. I don't know. I don't think this will take 5 minutes, though.
Is it?
I don't think so. Well, not what he told me, anyway.
Okay, I won't say nothing then.
Oh, okay. I could be wrong.